my buttons.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hi. Hi, everybody. I pressed buttons yesterday because I rode the Millennium Falcon ride yesterday.
Oh, how was it?
And I did not get to fly. We crashed horribly. We were all over the place.
Was there a child in the driving seat?
There was, but it was a child that is the child of a family I'm friends with. So I'm not going to drag this child the way I drag anonymous children.
Sure.
Why
that fly the Millennium Falcon?
Why do we always there are 4 consoles in that damn thing, and one of them does nothing. Why is the child always on something that does something?
Because they want to do
Every time I've ridden that ride, every time they're like, let the kid fly. I'm like, okay. And the entire time I'm jostling like this because I'm slamming in the walls. I'm like,
oh God, for the love of God, come on.
Yeah, it's not not conducive to being able to shoot well. That's for sure.
I'm assuming because the magic of moving a stick and it actually changing it for a child is pretty darn grand.
You know, if I was a kid, car there, yeah.
Thing is, though, if I was a kid and did it, I would have been amazing because I played way too much TIE Fighter. So
I believe that
totally fine. I would have been absolutely fine, and also because I play inverted. So there you go. Everyone who drags me for playing inverted on Monster Hunter right now, you're probably terrible at up and down pilot seat on Smuggler's Run.
You gotta show your gamer score when you show up. They gotta open your Xbox Classic live. Look at your achievement score, and then you get to fly if you were in the front.
That's my favorite part of the Millennium Falcon ride experience is when the cast member asks you what your eye level is.
Yeah.
And asks you to post clears.
Are you pissed?
I really,
seriously? Like, yeah, get out of here, kid.
That's my favorite part. We're off to a wonder
I hate
roll.
that so much.
The DPS check on Kylo Ren, it's too high.
Post clears.
Yeah, we can't have that.
You don't grind keys on Smuggler's Run, Jesse? You don't go down to Disneyland and grind keys on Smuggler's Run?
Here's the thing, though. Kylo Ren would be that guy. When you mention Kylo Ren, definitely would be the dude like, so, what's your eye score, bro? What's your level at?
Post clears.
Yes.
Read all the Darth Vader books.
Yeah.
Knows it all.
He's the backfill tank, and when he gets into the backfill group where the tank was kicked, he just goes, I will finish what you started.
Your Kylo Ren is so good.
I'm a massive Kylo Ren nerd.
Yeah. Pure passion, really, at the end of the day.
I got the helmet back there somewhere. I don't think you could see. Maybe a little bit. That silver is a Kylo Ren.
Oh, man, that's good. Yeah. What's your M count? Yeah.
Link achieve. Oh yeah, no, yeah. There's no gatekeeper like a Kylo Ren gatekeeper. You know.
No.
You know.
Yeah. That dude gatekeeping. If you want to see the Vader mask, you have to have a high enough item score.
That makes me want to go down like the band route. Like he's talking about Darth Vader. He's like, I'm into a Sith you probably never heard of.
Yeah. You probably don't know him. He was very cool 40 years ago.
Oh, you're into Palpatine. That's so top 40.
Yeah, sure, Ray.
Oh, Jesus. All right, Cal, we're going to do a Star Wars podcast before we talk about 7.2. Are you okay with this?
Okay, I'll let it happen. Yeah.
All right, sweet and wonderful.
Can I just play with my Millennium Falcon the whole time? Is that okay? Like I won't participate.
I'm not big enough. Reach?
I'm not big enough on it, but like I can get that, and I'll just sit here and like just mess with it. I'll just pop it open.
Time out.
Whoa! Time out! Time out! You are. What was that hat? Did you just toss a blue cowboy hat like it was nothing?
Well, I cleared Savage, I cleared.
We wore
MS4,
these while we were fighting Savage Horse Girl.
The Arcadian.
So when we were doing M4S, we had to get our cowboy hats.
Exactly.
I love you guys so much.
I couldn't help but notice you weren't in chat that night, Jesse.
I was not in chat that night. I missed that clearly.
You should go watch your video because we have a costume gag for every boss.
That's really funny.
And it underperformed. We put a lot of effort into those costume changes.
It happens. It happens.
It does happen.
I would say that's the universal. When you try the most, you fail the hardest on YouTube. That's usually how it works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Our best performing Final Fantasy 14 video was a video we made in 20 minutes about the changed voice lines in the patch we weren't expecting. That's our best performing Final Fantasy video in the last like 6 months.
That sounds right. That sounds exactly,
We woke up, we're like, they did what now? And we're like, do we even have time to get together to shoot this in the same room? We're like, no, just turn the cameras on and go because someone's going to beat us to it. And so we just did it as fast as we could. And it did very well and brought a lot of new subscribers to the channel.
That's awesome.
Everything we've tried on that we're proud of, it's the people who already love us that watch us. And we love you. You're wonderful.
Yeah, and we cleared Savage, like that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. But it's good. It's good. I'm happy with what we're making. And we're not living on the street yet. So that's really my barometer for success.
It's so cute to watch you act just like me when I am like, man, I suck. I make trash. No, I'm doing it for me. It's me. I get it.
Knowing you suck is a universal experience.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be completely honest. And listen, if you're not happy with Final Fantasy 14, I don't think you're a bad person. I think some people's takes are yikes level. However, I see what gets views, and I'm like, I don't fucking want to be that person. I'm not gonna chase that. If I'm that angry about something, I ain't gonna be playing it.
That's exactly why I'm on here with you right now. Because after a while, I'm like, why is all the content like, it's trash and I'm like, guys, I've played World of Warcraft for longer than I'd like to admit.
Yeah.
I know what this is. I've seen this before. None of this is new to me. I've been down this rabbit hole. You can't trick me. You're going to be like, it's the greatest game ever in 6 months. I know what's happening. I see it as clear as day. I know how you work.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be good and hang out with the cool kids.
No, we're not here for angry. I mean, I get angry, but I get angry about things like you should get angry about. Like my own personal failings in a raid environment. Those are the things you should get angry about.
Take your shame and bury it deep down inside and let it fester.
Hate the game. Hate yourself. That's what I want you to take away from a grind.
Honestly, it's fine to not like the game, but if you're making a bunch of content on it, it feels like you like the game and you're just like, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't like it, don't play it. Go play something else. There's a million fucking other things to play.
Yeah. Oh, Kyle, I finished Pint's video talking about how to improve 14, and I think it's one of my favorite, ever. How I would improve this MMO videos.
It's a great one because they just go for it. Like Pine's full of ideas, and I love that they made a video full of ideas. Not even kind of suing others' ideas. They just here's what I want, and that's fresh. Like that's a list. They can take that. They can do something with it. They cannot.
And it so clearly comes from a place of I still enjoy playing this game. Like you can tell. Like it doesn't just it doesn't have that entitlement that turns me off of critique videos. It was fun. Thanks for recommending it, Kyle.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah. Now I'm just waiting for this guy named Jesse to just put out his takedown.
Oh, his big takedown. Yeah.
His Dawn Trail takedown.
Exactly.
I put out a video a while ago. That's all I had to say. Mine like this. Look, in that video, it was like, this bad guy, I can't believe they killed this guy off. What a stupid choice. And then he came back. I was like, I'm good.
Oh, shit, he's back.
Fine. I'm like, I'm doing good. We're fine. Like, you have fun.
Yeah. It's funny. It's a good time.
Worked out for you. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, well, before we get into the topic proper, I'll thank those of you who are being in Jemerson chat right now. And then I won't do that again until we get to the end of the episode. Because you know how we do podcast chats here, everybody. So thank you, Tam Lynn, for the 28 months. I'm glad that you're stoked that Jesse is back with the boys. Tumbly Bumbly B, thank you for making me say that by making that your name, but also thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Black Mage Mog, thank you for inverting correctly. Inverted Y gang, rise up indeed.
Mm-hmm.
SRX of Chaos has also hyped and also been here for 20 damn months. Thank you much.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Oh, don't talk to me about 4Ks, SRX. I'm going to get horribly distracted. I can't be trusted. Metallic just wants to unleash the cocks.
I wouldn't. It'd probably get us flagged.
Yes,
Saying.
yes. Yep.
Been there before, done that. Not smart.
I heard the same thing, Soldier Hawk. And Waves, thank you. We will try and keep doing outfits whenever we are inspired to do outfits. So,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You guys got to dress up like you're from Blade Runner and do the new Hildebrand stuff.
I need to do the old Hildebrand stuff.
Yeah, we still
first.
need to do Hill. Yeah, we got a lot of
We've
Hildebrand.
only done Realm Reborn Hildebrand.
He got hit in the head with a card last we checked in.
You've never met Gigi?
Well, you know,
and you've never met Poo Poo?
There was
You don't know Gigi and
there
Poo
was
Poo?
a lot of content, and then when we became
You don't know
current,
Gigi and Poo Poo?
we were current. And
Mr. Poo Poo?
it was
Well, you
just
see, I was taking my sweet time, and then this other content creator, who I had a great deal of respect for, was constantly showing up in my chat saying, "Hurry up, dear God."
Oh, that's where we're spinning at.
Well,
Okay.
whoever that, I assume, handsome, charming individual was, needs to tell you, go back, Gigi Poo Poo. You got a Gigi Poo Poo. I'm shocked we have no Gigi Poo Poo. Shocked.
We have plans. We have plans to clean it up. We're gonna clean that
Okay,
up.
hold on a sec. I have an idea.
What is your...
I'm going to start a poll.
Okay.
What should Jesse sell us on most? ? And it's going to be Hildy. It's going to be role quests.
Roll quest.
Past
Oh, interesting.
Shadowbringers, because we did that. It's going to be variant dungeons. Past that boring start. Oh, that's too many characters.
Yeah,
Okay,
Jesse, are
okay.
you starting beef now? No,
Too
no,
many
no.
things.
The only beef I want to start with is Pint.
Ooh.
Taking that little
That was already.
Lala? That little Lala? Taking that little Lala down. Finally. I'm bad at beefs. I got nothing. I really got nothing. I got nothing.
We were asked last year what other content creator, if we could start beef with, who do we want to start beef with? And I believe Pint was our answer, because we were like the retorts would just be so entertaining.
But the
because of
production
much
value would be
effort.
so high, you know.
Pint puts
I would
into
love to
worth
get
it.
roasted with such high production value. That's like
Exactly.
that feels like it would be like Kendrick Lamar level roast. And I'd be like, yeah, oh my God, thank you.
You don't want this smoke. There's no coming back from it. Pint would somehow find out your deepest, like, most embarrassing secrets from like grade school.
Yeah.
And put you on blast.
I'd be like, damn, that's impressive. Yep.
Oh. All right.
Do we
yeah,
have
we're
so what were my options?
Yeah.
of what
What's
to
the
tell you
poll?
about?
Yeah.
Hildy, Roll Quest, Past Shadowbringers, Variant Dungeons. Is there anything else you'd like to be on this poll for 14 related side content?
Oh,
that we should
the
absolutely
answer's
do?
simple. The answer's so simple. Look, I love Hildebrand. I love everything. But if you haven't done the Endwalker role quests, what you doing with your life? You haven't done those?
You're gonna make people so happy with that response.
Do them. Do those. They're
Okay, all right.
awesome. They're like great wrap-ups for like all the city states. It's very fun. Do those. Those are the best ones. I love Hildebrand, and I will never not love Hildebrand, but like, go do those.
Hollow Cure is all over the chat right
Yeah,
now.
I'm just gonna add this one on here because
Yeah.
it's come up a bunch. So
Oh.
we're just gonna let people vote on this, and towards the end of the podcast, if I remember, I will refer to it and pick the winner.
Playing Final
And
Fantasy IX. That's a
this
good one
has come
too.
up a lot. This has come up a lot recently for obvious reasons.
Interesting.
But yeah, y'all ready to do a podcast properly? Should I hit this big red button?
Yeah, hit your buttons.
Sweet, wondrous. Well, that means we are officially in a podcast now, because a red circular button has been pressed. Hello, welcome back. If you've listened before, I'm Garrett. He's Kyle, and we are back with our friend Jesse Cox, who hasn't been on the show since we finished 7-1, which actually I think is the longest break, because you were coming on a lot during our.
Well, I mean, not much has
Final
happened.
push towards the
Yeah.
end of the 14 MSQ.
Well, now you're caught up with the rest of us. Although I've just found out not true, as we've learned that you have either to do most of the Hildebrand quests, role quests, past Shadowbringers, and variant dungeons, all of which you should be doing.
Well, we did do Savage. Have you done Savage?
One of them.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
So we got
So you've
that.
definitely beat me on that.
Yeah, you got that bis going on. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We were busy becoming the greatest players in North America.
You mean bashing your head against a wall?
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
no,
little
I get
bit.
it.
A little bit.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is
yeah.
fine. You
Yeah.
caught me.
Also,
You
we're
caught
complete ass when it comes to roll quests because we'll be like, "Hey, do you have a range?" "No, I have a tank." "Okay, do you have a healer?" "No, I have a magical DPS." So we just never. We need to just sit down and like.
We never sync up.
Yeah.
I only have one other like level 100 at the moment. So
Have you done an ultimate?
Oh yeah, you know when was
No.
that? When was that happened? When was your ultimate?
Oh God. Either I can't remember. Either right before Endwalker or right after Endwalker.
Oh,
One of
okay.
them. Time has no meaning.
your range is 2 years.
Was it
It was a wild 2 years, admittedly. A lot was going on.
Yours was Uwu, right? You did the ultimate weapon.
Yeah. That fight's cool as hell. It actually, as far as I'm aware, aside from a few timing things, is pretty easy. Like there's a few. The reason it took so long is because, and I don't know if this is all ultimates, but at least in that one, when you die, it takes away chunks of time you have until the enrage mode, and then you're just done.
Oh, geez.
And so it just makes it a little bit harder to get through. So you just have to be really, really perfect at it. And eventually we were, and eventually we nailed it. And I never want to do that again. But I literally only did it for the weapon because I wanted the glam because it looked awesome. Other than that, some of the other ones, yeah, I mean, some of the other ones I would do, except there's nothing I want from them. So I'm like, nah, I'm not going to suffer for nothing. So I haven't. But I hear the new one is pretty easy. So part of me is like, maybe I'll do that. I don't know.
I don't know. There's like a bunch of traffic cones and flashlights, and
My
they're all
brain
stacked up.
is broken because I've paid attention to Race to World First for the first time in my life, and the 14 Race to World First was like over so quick, and like the WoW Race to World First that just happened took like it felt like 7 years.
Yeah.
And I know like they're not even close to comparable because you're talking about like an encounter versus many encounters. But I like both games. Have never paid attention to Race to World First until Final Fantasy XIV. And now because I talk to Preach every once in a while, I just see he's doing something. I'm like, oh, I'll turn this on for a bit, which means I'm not, peeking in on World of Warcraft. And I'm just like, wow, that took a long time. So my brain's broken. They're not actually comparable. But
it's interesting because there's like a tactical strategy to it. I know there's some of that in Final Fantasy XIV, but in WoW, you're definitely like, okay, we're trying to get I don't know, let's say 8 bosses, whatever. We're trying to fight 8 bosses, and the first one to get to the end of these 8, that's the winner. But if it's taking a long time and the week ticks over, you as a group have to make the assumption, okay, do we lock this in and go back and fight the boss we were just fighting? Or do we beat them all over again, get more loot, and then keep going because now we're stronger? And that's one of those things where, well, if you do that, you're now technically running behind everyone else, but you have a chance to win. And so there's like a strategy to it, which I actually like and I think is pretty cool. And you can't really do that when it's just one fight.
Yeah, that's we were talking a little bit before the show about how to approach just the attitude of playing these types of games. We were talking about it, of course, under the umbrella of content creation. But I think what you're hitting on right there is almost like they can just be different. One is not necessarily better than the other. You can just go about endgame content in a different fashion, and that can be what makes your game's endgame content unique. And I'm more and more just kind of landing on that. I used to be like you, random internet denizen. I used to pick teams. I used to go to bat for my team, which used to be World of Warcraft. And now I'm just like, yeah, I've played so much Final Fantasy 14. 14 is easily my second most played MMO of all time now at this point in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I kind of just like that it's different. It's fun because it's different.
Honestly, it's probably old man Jesse talking, but the older I get, the more I'm happy with Final Fantasy 14 not demanding all of my time like WoW does. WoW demands your time. And that's fine. And if that's your vibe, bless. I have so many friends who play WoW. I just live vicariously through them. I've been the Undermine stuff. I've just been watching them play. It looks super fun. I don't necessarily understand story-wise what's going on. I'm like, but why is... I guess they had to wrap up Gallywix, so bless. I'm glad they're doing that. But like,
no, but if the waifu knife is in the background of the Kiar being like, yes, this is all part of my scheme.
I get that she shows up and she's like Gallywix, let's do evil, and I'm like, sure. But she can do anything. Why Gallywix? Like the goofiest goober ever. But it's obvious they're like, well, we got to wrap up the story. We've been trying to tell it for 15 years, so we might as well.
Together.
That's fine. Let's get it done. And I'm honestly, when we wrap up all that, like I'm fine with them wrapping up everything. Yeah.
You think Benson came back is like, I was gone for how long and you still haven't wrapped up Gallywix? Give me the paper. Give me the paper.
Honestly, if them getting all this out of the way, this expansion leads to the next 2 expansions actually telling a story, I'm down. I would play that in a heartbeat. I really want them to just, they're like, this is going to be the greatest story. And I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for the great story, but it seems definitely like they're just wrapping stuff up so they can end, and that's fine. I'm chill with that. It's one of the reasons I liked Endwalker, because they were like, we're gonna wrap up stuff. I'm like, yeah, give me resolution.
Wrap it up.
Bless, I'm here for it.
And something we've been consistently impressed with 14 storytelling along the way. It was just like every expansion, and I had a moment every expansion all the way up to Endwalker where I was like, wow, we're resolving this already? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good on you, game. Oh, wow, I'm getting an answer to this question already? Damn. Good on you, game.
Honestly, I know we talked about it in pre-show, but like if I had to do a hyper critique video of Dawn Trail, my video would literally be, I think they moved away from that. Now, I don't know if it's just because we came from a series of wrap-ups, and now my mind is like, oh, Final Fantasy wrap stuff up. When you think about Heaven's Ward and Stormblood, they like let some things linger, but mentally I'm in a place where I'm expecting wrap-ups. And so if you look at Dawn Trail as a whole, they introduce so much that they do not even touch. And now we're starting to get like, what the hell is his damn name? I want to keep calling him Rammstein. What the hell is that? The guy who's like, I hung out with Kryle's granddad.
Kettenram, yeah.
Kettenram, yeah. That dude, now we're starting to actually, he's like, oh, I have a character now. Come with me on a 7.2 adventure. When before, dude did nothing. And so I'm like, oh, that was an introduction to him so we could do this.
Well, he's going to Gaia's jail. He's off to Gaia's jail. He's in optional content, which is, tough to get back from.
we did get, some folks did point out during our live letter stream on Friday that it appears Kettenram is off to the new Boja-like.
Yes, he's going to be what Kryle was for Eureka.
Yes, and it's worth pointing it out because Kryle did come back. Kryle came back into the main MSQ fold after being shipped off to Eureka, which, if you didn't do Eureka, is character jail for a while.
Yeah, Kryle does not show up at all. Yeah, unless you do Eureka, and I think that's kind of the deal here, and it feels very WoW-coded, where WoW does stuff. And that's one of the reasons I was like, you know what, I'm okay walking away from WoW, because I'm not getting any resolution at all, ever. They just constantly push stuff down the line. And so having all of that resolution in Final Fantasy XIV made me feel so good. And now we're kind of back to, we're not going to do that for a while. Deal with no. And so it hit me in a way that I was like, but what do you mean? I have to keep playing? And that's kind of the vibe. And I'm like, oh no. So I understand, if I'm feeling that way, I can understand why people are making videos and content stuff being like, I don't like this game anymore. Like, I get it. I'm not going to fight you on that, but it's also like an internalized, like they gave us so much recently that now they're like, we're starting over. We're doing a new thing. It hits in a different way. And you're like,
yeah,
I wish it was the other thing that you used to be, but it can't be because that's done. So here we are.
Yeah. And I don't think I'm going to say anything profound, but while we're having this kind of like general MMO discussion, like I'm newer to 14. And when did you start, Jesse? When did you come into the fold with 14?
Winter, like I think December 2020. I literally started.
Okay.
Fall 2020. I literally beat Shadowbringers New Year's Eve into 2021.
What a way to drop you dropped the Emmett for New Year's. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It like to say it was a great New Year's, it like blew my mind because I wasn't going anywhere for New Year's. It was COVID, so I was just like, let's go, let's play. Great night.
God,
Love that.
The end of Shadowbringers is so good.
It's perfect. It's
freaking
perfect.
Good.
Yeah.
I haven't been that hyped. For me, like, this probably seems odd and out of left field, but like, I don't think I've been that hyped for the end of a game since like the ending of the original Last of Us, because I was like, actually perfect. Like the most perfect. That game is like the most perfect Western ending. Like it is just, and that's the end of their journey. Boom, and then like Shadowbringers,
and then it wasn't.
It's so good. But the point I was going to say, because I've experienced this before. It reminds me of like my first major downtime with World of Warcraft, which was before Shadowlands. That's when a lot of people just were like, "This is not great. I'm gonna look for experiences elsewhere." Cataclysm, kind of in like up and through Pandaria, even into BFA a bit, was like this era of WoW where I played, but I had long breaks. I would take 3 to 6 months off at a time. I stopped raiding.
Yeah.
But also what happened in that period was a lot of friends of mine that had never played World of Warcraft in their entire life before started playing it. And they had a great time. Mm-hmm. And all I had to say was like critiques and nitpicks and overly invested concerns that one can only really have from playing the same game for as long as I had been playing at the time. And I'm getting a similar energy from a lot of people in the general 14 space, where I think you, I think Kyle, I think me, I think people like us who came to this game later, even though it is samey. I can look up the history of 14's content rollout, and I can compare it to what's happening right now in Dawn Trail, and I can say, yes, factually, based on the history in front of me, boy, howdy, does it look like this game is very formulaic in how it rolls out content. But I'm not bored with it because it's not old to me. And so I think I am those new Cata players, those new Mist players, those new BFA players who are like, I'm just having a good time because this is new to me.
But you've also learned your lesson. It's a hard lesson to learn. It's a near impossible lesson, and we all have to go through. Remember being like in high school, and like we would do this thing. Yeah. So we would do Shakespearean productions in theater school, and we would try to sneak in the word penis into every production. And it was pretty easy to do because you have a sentence.
We found out Shakespeare put it there already.
It was already there too, a lot of the time. But also, such love, joy, and happiness. And just a little pause there would get you to say penis in front of a huge crowd. And we'd all laugh. This will never be more funny. And eventually it stopped being funny. And we were like, what's wrong? How did this happen? It was all my joy. It slowly fell out of me. So like, we played a bunch of Monster Hunter. We did week after week of hard Savage. And instead of making a video about like, oh, Savage sucks, we're so no, we're old and experienced enough that we said, you know what we should do after working really hard? We should go fart off and play Monster Hunter for a bit, come back and have a grand time when the patch drops. And that's just healthy. And I see a lot of my own burnout reflected in the people around me right now. Like I was burned out after BFA. I raided a bunch. I was exhausted. And I was harder on the game than I should have been. I remember Dragonflight trailer coming out. And I made some comment that was like, oh, God, look at those reused models. And everyone's like, yeah, it's a MMO. What's your problem?
They literally all do that.
Yeah, I get that is kind of on me. Granted, I will, with two like Final Fantasy, sometimes they try a little bit. The movesets are different and they're not just red ants and blue ants. But still, I found myself in that burnout area being overcritical for no reason.
I mean, it's something that I completely agree with both of you on, that we have an experience that's different than most. Because this game, when people talk about it, they're like 10 years. I've not been a part of it for the 10 years that it was around. I just wasn't. I was playing WoW. I was doing my own thing. I did try a Realm Reborn when it first came out, and I was like, nah, this is trash, dude. And I just did not play. And then I would come back and I'd check on it every once in a while, like I do with most MMOs. And most of the time I'm like, nah. So I don't know what the community was thinking about during Heaven's Ward or Stormblood. Obviously, people are like, Stormblood, oh, I hate it. What was it like when you were in it live? Couldn't tell you. No clue. But they had those experiences and they led that. So anyone who's like, I've played the entire time, if you want to make a video where you're like, I don't like what's happening around, go for it. I'm not going to tell you not. You have a different experience than me. Just like how I would make videos that are like, Shadowlands sucks balls. But if you're brand new, you may love it. It's a personal experience, so I'm not going to tell you what to think. It's one of those ones where I just feel personally, having seen the ebb and flow of Warcraft or Star Wars Old Republic or Rift or EverQuest or City of Heroes, like the ludicrous amount of MMOs I played in my life, I know the pattern. I recognize it. It happens every time, and it's because there's downtimes in MMOs. There always have been. And when there's nothing to do, you get antsy and you start making like, this, I don't like this. I hate this. I want to do stuff. I understand. Zero, I get it. I think some people have the benefit of being able to go and play Monster Hunter or do other things. And some people are like, look, I pay my $14 a month. I want my content. And I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for believing that, because you're still actively paying for a thing. So they should deliver you something. And that's, you're allowed to gripe on that. I'm not going to tell you not to. But I feel like when you enter Final Fantasy 14, they literally tell you up front, hey man, you can go play other games. We're not that MMO. So you know what you're getting into. I'm just saying. There's a lot of levels, but at the end of the day, man, and find something to enjoy. You'll be dead one day. Shit, enjoy life. Like, come on, man.
Hell yeah, now there's two of us, Garrett. Deal.
You gotta like
what? Why, Kyle? Why is there response?
Everyone's like, oh, Kyle's being so morbid. It's like, no, that's like the essence of happiness. It's a choice.
Yeah.
You acknowledge the truth and then you choose to be happy. Like that's how this exchange works.
I mean,
you only got so much time. You might as well be happy. There's no reason to spend it being pissed off all the time. Like, that sucks.
I will also admit, like, I'm mad compromised right now because Garrett, we announced this week that we're doing a hardcore stream coming up with Joe Cat and two other guests soon to be announced. Very excited for this. We're gonna be doing hardcore WoW. So I have a WoW subscription.
Ooh.
I fired up classic WoW for my 5-year-old. He sat in this chair, made an orc, and he was like, "What do I do?" I was like, "Well, just go," and he just started going. It was so beautiful. He just headed out and killed some scorpions. Cute. And there was this like back of my head, I'm like, is this gonna be confusing for a 5-year-old? But no, at no point did anyone show up, well done, champion. You must quest to the island. You're like, just leave him alone. Let him enjoy this moment. And it did. And it was so beautiful.
I love the sandbox of classic WoW. I really do.
I was about to say that is kind of the classic WoW had an entirely different vibe where it was like Minecraft-esque. You make your fun. You go do your thing. Yeah, there are quests, but half the quests in classic WoW, they're barely a quest. It's like go kill 10 dogs. You're like, okay. And then you do.
Yeah.
If you played Horde, half your zones had nothing going on in them.
No?
You were just like, I guess I'll go over here and look at but there was something fun about it, because then you're like, well, if I got no constraints, how do I get into Mount Hyjal?
And you just start walking. You just start walking there.
And then you like snuck into it. You climbed mountains, and then you saw dev barriers, and you saw cool stuff from Warcraft 3, and you're like, did we break the game? Do they know we did this, dude? Oh my God, and again, that is an experience that classic WoW players got to have, but anyone after that moment, after Cataclysm, never had that again. Gone. And I think that's fascinating. I don't even know if that's in classic WoW classic. You know what I mean? Like the sneaking Mount Hyjal.
Yeah. I stayed up till 3 a.m. in college with a bottle of coconut Malibu rum, because that's what you do in college with a friend trying to get into Hyjal, and we did, and it blew my mind.
Yeah, it's like one of the coolest things. There were so many weird things they included in the game. You're like, what does this mean? What is that? I love that. It was a mystery. It was like the ultimate version of a new MMO experience where you feel overwhelmed and you don't know what the hell's going on, and you just start going in a direction. Just like your kid was doing, like it just felt different. But I guess vanilla does not equal classic WoW. But I would wonder if they kept those things in, but I assume they wouldn't, because
because they can clean it up. I don't know about that kind of stuff, but it was magical.
I have no idea. I find it very, very cozy to go back, and because I knew we were going to be firing up this hardcore project with Joe. I've known for a while, and it's pained me not to be able to talk about it. I've been screwing around in hardcore for like months now, just by myself for fun. And it's a really nice way to wind my brain down before I go to bed at night. Because just like real life, you just know I'll die eventually. And there's something about that that's freeing.
Shout out to our good boy Krendor for doing the best version of hardcore I've ever seen, where everyone's trying to get him to like join guilds and do whatever. It's like, no, I'm gonna level to 60. And when I'm done, he was a Tauren. He's like, and when I'm 60 and I've made it and I've lived, or whatever it is, 50, whatever the max level is in that one. He's like, whenever I hit max level, I'm gonna go to Thunderbluff and throw myself off the cliff.
Oh my God.
And he did. He got to max level and then he got to the cliff and jumped off and he was like, I'm done. And I was like, that's the best way to do that. That's amazing.
That's commendable. You put it away.
Yeah.
You beat the game, and you set a goal out, and you did it. Well done.
Yeah.
Here's probably one of my most unhinged comparisons of 14 to World of Warcraft, or things that or just thoughts that include both games. I guess is how I will set this thought up for you. I have had this thought a couple times when I think about how much I enjoy hardcore World of Warcraft and how much that system just wouldn't really work for Final Fantasy XIV, just because of the very restrained nature of Final Fantasy XIV's overworld versus World of Warcraft's. Like, I don't think it really lends itself, and particularly just the leveling experience and the MSQ in general is not very combat forward, with the exceptions of dungeons and trials. You don't do a whole lot of combat out in the world, going from level 1 to 100 in Final Fantasy XIV, so it just wouldn't have the same vibe. But I have had this just, I think, absurd thought that, boy howdy, just imagine 14's world is just a little bit more like WoW, so that a hardcore experience would work in it. How evil is it as a streamer of Final Fantasy XIV to think, wouldn't it be nice if there was a hardcore version? Because what a beautiful excuse to just keep doing the MSQ over and over and over again for the views. Because a hardcore version exists.
It feels so...
They're I don't know. I feel like if we can get Eureka, and now the new, whatever we're calling this, occult something or other, which is very Eureka coded. And the idea is you start over, you have a level 1 thing, and it's just in this one area, and surely there can be a version of the Baja-esque occultish Eureka thing where this is the hardcore thing, where there isn't, I mean, there might be a story, sure, but most of it is everyone comes together and you're like, all right, if I die, I die. And then I have to redo it. Like that could be a thing. It obviously doesn't have to be a main thing, but they can do it. I don't know that I would do it because I hate hardcore stuff, but like, it could be a thing.
Okay, what if though? You know, they're just like, screw it. We're just flipping the switch. Hardcore MSQ now exists. And they don't tell anybody. But like, you're doing pretty good. You make it all the way to Shadowbringers, Jesse. It's time for the Hades extreme. And you die to Emmett. And suddenly you bear witness to a secret cutscene they made just for when you die to Emmett, where he starts talking trash and kills the warrior.
No. Just don't even put that in hardcore. Just do that for the game, but make it like Batman, where like Harley Quinn comes out and just insults you on the ground, and every time you die in Shadowbringers, Emmett just shows up and insults you for a hot moment.
It's Lahabre in Realm Reborn.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Xenos in Stormblood. It's Yatsuyu in Stormblood patch content. It's who the hell?
Zoral Shah, I guess, comes out and is like, I'm up to my bullshit in the time space. And that's
what he says to you. I'm up to my bullshit in the time space, and then it ends. The end.
The end.
It spoils Fiend's turn for you at the end of 7.0 because Fiend just comes out and goes, "Actually, I'm a bad guy."
Turns out I was bad all along. Bye, bitches. And that's it. That's how it ends.
And when you die to Heidelin in that trial because you forgot to put on clothes.
Yeah.
Then she tells you, I guess you didn't have a good time. That's it. She walks in.
And then spits on your corpse and walks away. She's like, you were trash. My child.
Throws flowers on your grave.
Crap,
this is
evergreen content right here.
The chances of dying in trials and dungeons are actually fairly high.
Very high, like ludicrously
in
high.
Pickup groups. We should try this, guy. We should just declare. We should just declare hardcore MSQ.
Wait. If you fail,
you could do it.
If you fail the Thancred stealth mission, are you dead?
Dead.
No, Thancred's dead. Yeah,
Thancred's hardcore dead.
Oh my God. I want.
So we skip every
If
scene
you
with
guys
Thancred.
did. Yeah, if any of the Scions die, you have to edit them out of all content you post online.
She just skip the whole thing.
Yep.
Damn. Wow.
I mean, I get you could make an argument that if Thancred's hardcore dead, then you do fail because he's rather integral to making it through Ultima Thule.
Oh, wait. Which fart did he give himself to? I don't remember at the moment.
He's the first one, dude.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
he
goes
was
out
used for the oxygen. He was actually for the oxygen.
Yeah, you think that's air you're breathing? It's Thancred.
Yeah, that's right, because his special power is he breathes real hard.
Is this air? No, this is Thancred.
Yeah, this Thancred. Yeah. Wow, we're all screwed. So you got to get all the way to the end. That's rough, buddy.
You think that's O2?
No, this is Thancred.
No, it's H2O because his last name is Waters.
Boo this man. Boo.
Wow. Wow.
That's why he's so good at swimming. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I'm here all week. All right, let's talk about 7.2. Because we had the second live letter, which includes the trailer, which thank goodness, because this is my first time experiencing like the whole media experience for new patches of Final Fantasy 14. I didn't realize that Yoshi P just goes and spoils pretty much the whole live letter the day before with a bunch of Japanese like written.
He really did this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like going in, I was like, wait a minute, I know this.
I know all of this.
Yeah, I don't know that he's done that much in the past where he full on but like this time, I think their objective was the people are antsy, so let's get them as much information as possible.
Well, they did a similar thing at Media Tour because we had to sit on an NDA for like a month. And the day we were at American Media Tour, which was the first stop in like a 3-week process for the Final Fantasy 14 devs, there were already video game outlets in North America publishing all of the armor sets we got to see in the Media Tour build. New screenshots to all. Kyle and I are just sitting there going, what can we actually do with what we got previewed?
I mean, yeah, that's why sitting there filming stuff, I was like, all right, what's my gimmick? How do I make a video? Because clearly everything people want to see has already been spoiled.
Yes.
So I'm like, all right, what am I going to do?
Because my first thought getting there was like, oh man, I'm going to do a deep dive on just the quality of the increase in like the textures on the armor. And then I go online and I'm like, PC Gamer just has all of the armor sets in beautiful screenshot of detail.
But
and I'm going to have to wait.
Post Lala's, and that's what I did. I was
There
like,
you
only
go.
Lala
See?
gear.
Yeah, I done messed up. I didn't
Gotta
find
find your
My
niche.
little people. Yeah. My short kings and queens.
I think we did find our angle when Kyle was just like, no warning to me, completely decked his home studio out to look like Dawn Trail. And he's like, what if we just live stream? We just like do story time about Media Tour.
That was great.
Yeah.
It was very good.
I had a good time.
Get hit
Thank
by
you,
a tree
Kyle.
and all that. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Because I was thinking about it from a Blizzard mindset where they would routinely give us too much to cover in preview events.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, anyway, 7.2's out. We've gotten to see the trailer. I'll scoop myself for the program we're currently recording and start with, I thought the trailer was absolutely baller. I thought it was a particularly hyped trailer, and I rather enjoyed it.
It definitely had the makings of a solid. Like, I realized that the two of you are coming into the trailer experience late.
Yes.
So
Yeah, we didn't watch them as we went through the MSQ because we were just like,
Yeah,
well, we
I
can
mean,
just
'cause
go
there's-
play it. So why bother?
they're spoilery as hell, and you can play. Yeah, but there's a flow they do where, and you can see it. Like the point one is this weird, like we're continuing from the last story. We're going to introduce a bunch of stuff. That's the trailer. And point two is usually here's a bunch of cool stuff, which this nailed. It definitely gave us here's all this cool stuff to do. And then you're going to see a point three that's like, oh man, it's all story all the time. Let's go. And then they do a thing. I don't know why this is, but it's usually point four. And they're always the best. Like the point four trailer for Endwalker, I believe it's that one. The one where he's like, I want to say Hermes, but I'm trying to think of what his name was. Fan Daniel is like, I'm different, you see. For like that trailer, that one was hype as shit. The one they did for I think it's the point four for Shadowbringers is the one where they introduced, I think it's the fight with Gaia. I'm trying, whatever one that is.
That looks right. Yeah.
That one was hype-ish, like that was amazing. For some reason, that 0.41 is the one that's like, that hits, let's go. And so we'll get there, and I can't wait for you guys to see those, because they definitely have a flow to them that really nails kind of the emotionality of like something else is coming, right? Like we are leaving one thing, we're going to something else, and it starts to really hype you up. And so I can't wait till that starts to happen. But for 7.2, this was a solid 0.2 trailer, which was like, you're gonna have a lot of stuff to do. So welcome back to the game, biatches. Like that's what it felt like, and I'm here for it.
It's I mean, 0.4 historically, Endwalker aside, would also kind of mark the most we just would be in the dark about where the hell we're heading next, because usually they wrap up the current expansion in a 0.3 patch, and 0.4 is laying the groundwork for whatever is about to come next. Yeah, I have a feeling that we're probably going to interdimensional hopping. We're probably going to other reflections next, because of a certain MacGuffin that is very prominently mentioned in this trailer, as a matter of fact, but also is like the ending of Dawn Trail 7.0.
Sure.
And was the really the only thing kind of residing in my head after I finished Dawn Trail, because I felt like most of Dawn Trail was really its own story, and I didn't see much that felt like it was being cast into the future. It's very easy for me to be wrong about that, but for me, I was just like, the key is literally the key to the future of Final Fantasy XIV. That is like the only thing that seems like it's lingering, like it's literally an object of power, not to get too down the Remedy-verse sort of a situation. Yeah. But yeah, like that, I left. For me, Dawn Trail was a bit odd. I was like, wow, this isn't like kind of put a bow on this, except for Solution 9 somewhat, and then obviously the key. But now it's also just getting straight up name dropped in the 7.2 trailer.
We're gonna, I think, for the most part, I think you're absolutely correct. That's the grand scheme. We're definitely doing that stuff. I feel like they have to include Mare City in some level. Like, you can't keep hyping up that place. I don't know if it's going to be a full continent to explore or just like raid stuff or something, but there's definitely something in, because Mare City is destroyed by the Void, as far as we're aware. At least that's what, but that happened thousands of years ago, so I have no idea what's going on there right now. And that there's dragons plus Void plus all sorts of stuff. It could be like an interesting place to go explore. I don't know how they'll connect it. I don't know why. But yeah, I feel like you're right. Mostly because I want my Zemjers thing to come true. And that would make me very happy. But yeah, I definitely feel like they're setting us up. We have a literal interdimensional key that we can go different places and do different things. Honestly, I think the one thing I could guess is we'll see the 9th in some way, but it won't be a place we visit as like a complete expansion. Does that make any sense? It'll be like, we see it, we know it exists, we've seen a thing from it, let's move on.
It's like when we go to the 13th and the Endwalker patch content.
Yeah, it's gonna be something like that. It's not gonna be a full-on let's explore the 9th for sure. But there's so many other places to explore, like it could happen. I don't know. I mean, it's very clear right now they're trying to touch on other aspects of history. Because they say, hey, we're getting away from Ascian stuff, which is, I'm fine with that. Love that. But they're very clearly like, y'all remember the War of the Magi? Because that is what our content is about. And I'm like, I do. I'm ready. Let's go. So big fan of that. The minute the trailer started, I was like, oh, I know what that is. So I was a huge fan of the first 10 seconds.
Super familiar with the War of the Magi. So fill me in.
I am. Okay, so during the 5th calamity happens, and that is ice. The whole world is frozen. Everything's terrible. This is actually the time that the like the various cat peoples come to Eorzea across the ice bridges and stuff. It's a mess. Literally just it's also the Lalafels. The Lalafels who straight up just were on the islands in the South Sea, and the world is freezing, and just a complete mess. Anyway, during that time, as people are freezing to death and it's terrible and everything's the worst. They start to turn to magic and religion and things to help them get through this time. And one of the things they build literally is it's if you look at the Yoshi P 7.2 like live letter, they show little coins that you collect when you do the new content. And if you look at those coins look exactly like the symbol on what is it, the Sanctum of the 12? The place that's in the Great Wood that people get married at. That place. Oh, it's the same symbol. That building was built during the 5th astral era, or maybe whatever the case may be. It's built during the 5th era, and then had a purpose, fell to ruin, wasn't discovered until the 7th calamity. So that building was built by the people that lived during this time period. So for whatever reason, we're gonna get some lore on that, which is very cool because those coins straight up just look like that. So what ends up happening is after things start to thaw and life goes back to normal, 12 major cities are created, city-states. And each of the 12 city-states is based off of each of the 12 deities, the 12 that we know, right? Yeah. And then over time, all of those guys, those city-states start to crumble, except for the 3 major ones, which are Mach, Amdapor, and Nim. Mach, as you know, is the one that builds all those crazy pyramids. They're the Maquis, which sounds like Star Trek because it literally is. And they build the pyramids. They have Ozma. They're the ones that have black magic. Amdapor, they are the white magic people. And then Nim, they were like defensive magic, and they were kind of trying to keep themselves basically Lalafels. The Nimians were Lalafels. And the Nimians are the ones that in the Wanderer's Palace, the various that like sunken temple in the middle of the lake, that's them. And Amdapor, they're the ones that were like, we have early versions of stuff you're gonna fight in Shadowbringers, right? And so they're like the light side guys, and the Maquis are the ones that have, you know, Diablos and stuff. And so a whole ass war breaks out between the 3 of them because it's light versus dark, and they're all trying to like take territory and take control of stuff. And what ends up happening is they just absolutely screw up the world. The Nimians get plagued. I think it's the Maquis who get them, but I'm not sure. One of the other groups decimates the Nimians, hits them with the plague, and every single Tonberry is a Nimian. And
yeah, this comes up in one of the few other job quests I've actually completed, which is not White Mage, Scholar. The Scholar quest line is, by the way, effing incredible. And I know, cool. I know because my credentials are I've played the Dark Knight job quest, so I know what a good job quest is. And I will tell you that if you want a good job quest and you haven't done Scholar, go do the Scholar job quests. They're incredible. Kyle, you should do it because that's one of the best romances in Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh, it's very sweet. Yeah, it's very cute. So the Nimians get absolutely decimated. They're turned into Tonberries. Their entire society is like absolutely crushed. Some of them live, but most of them are turned into these like little green dudes. Meanwhile,
with knives,
the Maquis and the Amdaporians like launch this white versus black, dark versus light battle, and they use up all this magic except for some reason the one they don't use is water, and so it imbalances all the ether, and now it's very water heavy. And so a great flood happens, a massive flood happens, and it absolutely decimates the world. That's like the big flood. And really quickly, as we look at this screen that is the Square Enix logo and like the new content, if you have this on hand, class, turn to page, I believe 14. No, that's not right. It's definitely not 14.
That's Heidelin and Zodiac, sir.
Yeah, this is. Oh my God, it's so.
Got the 12.
It's so absolutely. Is that 34? The text is so small. Why is the text so small?
34 would be the Battle of Amdapor, showing Diabolos.
Yes, yeah, that's it. That's it. All right, 34. All right, the very bottom of 34, right down here. It says birth of the grand companies. So after the flood takes over and everything goes absolutely crazy, right? It says scholars and mages from all nations entreated their governments to, I'm going to have to turn this light up. It is so dark in this room. that I can't read this damn. The font is so small, y'all. Good God. What kind of rabbit child? Some Lalafell made this.
Would you like me to be your seeing eye reader?
No, I got this. It was just dark in the room. Now it's too bright, and I'm like, whatever. It doesn't matter. If not temporarily. Okay. Set aside their differences and focus on their attentions on the larger problem at hand. Monitoring the realm's ether indicated an unhealthy imbalance towards water, suggesting the manifestation of a calamity scale flood of epic proportions. The city-state's leaders, this being those left of Nim, those left of Amdapor, those left of the Maquis, basically were like, hey man, let's where were we? They could no longer deny it, right? So they pooled their resources, hastily creating central command centers. The first and foremost address the protection of civilians from the coming deluge. These emergency forces would later become known as the Grand Companies. The Nimians, despite still reeling from the losses incurred by the plague, ordered their dwindled military forces out into the rising seas to construct an expansive floating net of protective wards dubbed Operation Maelstrom. Amdapor mobilized what remained of its military to commence the evacuation of the realm's people north to the mountains of Abaltheus Spine, and that's literally that giant ass arc that you see in Stormblood.
Hope.
Yeah, is that
which in Stormblood feels like it comes out of left field. You're like, why are we pondering the boat? This doesn't seem important right now.
And the boat is like it's one of the things I love about Final Fantasy is they'll drop a thing and be like, we'll come back to that. And they do. They actually do, and I love that. And then of course there's the arc. They made that giant floating arc that we of course see. But basically, they all joined together. So yeah, they all fought and battled each other, but in the end they all joined together. And when you look at this, let me turn this damn mic
including
on now,
the mock even were like, yeah, we'll help out.
Yeah. So what, and that's why when you look at this thing, because the whole world was going to flood, like they screwed up. They all realized they totally screwed up. And so if you look at this footage, you can see that there is architecture of the Maquis, of the Nimians, and of the Amdaporians all in one location. And when I first watched that, I was like, huh? That doesn't make any sense. Why would that be there? I was so confused. Like right there, you can see that is clearly Nimian architecture. But then in another shot, there's just a giant Maquis pyramid in the background. I'm like, what the hell? And so I didn't know what that meant. So then while I was researching for the shout out to my A Realm Reborn video coming out this Monday.
Oh, snap.
Yeah. So when I was like researching one thing that I couldn't figure out for that video, I found this page in the book and was like, they really did set this all up.
I was about to ask why you have such a strong memory of the War of the Magi, because you were just
literally just looked it up like
bam, 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 bam.
2 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's just perfect timing. And so
what's actually more impressive is you just solved a 3-day long fight that's been happening in our Discord because people are animate that this is one and not the other two. And it's happening in YouTube comments across everybody who's reviewing this lore. And you're saying it's
just
all
in the book.
It's all
it's in the book. All three of them band together.
You're all right.
Now, is this because of I may be totally wrong, but like based on the information we have, it seems logical. And the thing that makes sense to me the most, the reason why I absolutely believe this, is if you watch the video where Yoshida is in the new area, right? It plays music in the background, and the music it plays is a medley of Nimian themes, Amdaporian themes, and Maquis themes. Literally, it does the music does the Wanderer's Palace theme into the theme of the floating ship thing you do in that raid. It like goes from one into the other, and I was like, oh, come on. That's absolutely what they're doing. So I'm pretty sure I got this figured out.
And this, by the way, this is like all just the Occult Crescent, just the new field operations, just the new Eureka, just the new Boja. And that's how deep you're going on this.
I mean, and the only reason I'm starting that is because that's literally how the trailer starts. And I thought it was cute. The trailer, the way they pieced it together, they were like, all right, so we're going to show you this new open world, open field area. It's going to be great. And then there's like a little static of Sphene like, hey, I'm here. And it's like, oh, but also we go into space. And then it's like static, like, guys, hi, Sphene here. I'm going to ruin your day. And I'm like, this is fun. I like this. And then we get back to the story. And I was like, okay, that's cute.
And there's also Arcadian in there. Like,
yeah, it looks so good. The Arcadian stuff looks so good.
It's a lot going. Shout out to our first ever lore video that we'll be dropping this week, which will be catching anyone who wants to be caught up on Arcadian lore.
Love that. Love that.
The most heavily scripted grinding gear video ever made, coming this week.
There we go.
But yeah, absolutely. They aren't making stuff up as they go along. Like this, I mean, obviously they're making up a story, but like this clearly comes from somewhere, and it's right, like literally, it's in here.
By that logic, all creative works are just made up.
How could you do this?
I mean, they are. It's true. They are.
They are, technically speaking, yes.
But I mean, like within their made up universe, they're not just making up more shit. Like this is a thing they made up before. You know what I mean? It's already been made up. And now they're just going back to it. And I couldn't believe, I was like, that's crazy. And that's literally, it's one paragraph in one section of this giant ass book. And that's clearly what they're going with. Again, they could have actually made up something completely different, but it very much seems like that is the thing. What the story is, what it all means. We definitely got a cutscene with like a weird gloopy shadow creature that is all, I think, on screen right now. It like comes out of the tomb. What is it? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Do I hope we get Diablos back? I want another Diablos fight so badly. That's more than I want it so badly.
Wait, I got confused because he turned into a giant robot and flew into space, but there are more than one Diablos in existence.
Well, the giant robot one was, they made him. And I think it had like a little bit of Diablos essence, but it wasn't him. The real one we beat the crap out of at the end of the raid series back in Heaven's Ward.
Yeah, when you do the Ocarina of Time baseball bat mechanic.
Yeah, but like I would be fine if he comes back. Honestly, the real win, Diablos and Ozma combine to make Diablosma. That's what I want.
Diablosma?
Yep, that's it. That's the one I want.
All balls, Mo.
Azabolos?
That would be cool as hell. That'd be wild. That'd be a great fight. But yeah, I'm very curious what the story of this content's gonna be, because honestly, I really dug the stuff they did with Bosnia. I thought some of those Bosnia, like, obviously the story didn't end. They clearly cut the ending.
No, yeah, that whole, I've looked into that a bit because there's so many like rumors about what happened with that, and it's just sad. I guess it was a collab writer, and they just kind of effed off. It sucks because there definitely is a lot going on with that, but up until that point, it was great. It was a really great story, and so I definitely think that this could be something very similar. And so I'm fingers crossed that it's going to be a very fun story, along with something new to just throw yourself at and get new weapons and stuff. So we had such a good time in Basha, and we need to finish Eureka, but
well, we got to the ice zone, and we realized it's going to be a lot of work, so we had other things on the docket.
Oh, Eureka is literally the worst. I hate Eureka. However, I've now done it 2 full times.
I think it's fun. I prefer
interesting review.
I like Eureka enough.
Oh, I don't like Eureka at all. It reminds me of Final Fantasy XI, of all the things I did not like from Final Fantasy XI, which is fine, but I'm not like a big grinder, and Eureka is like grindy. But I've done it twice.
Delete this draft inviting you to join us in Eureka.
Honestly, I'd go back anyway because the gear is some of my favorite. It's weird to me that it's the thing I dislike the most, but the gear, like, I've used that stuff in more glams. The monk gear, I only use those gloves because it looks like you got the glow like Bruce Leroy, and I want that's all I want. I don't want gloves or claws. I just want my fists to glow when I punch you, and that's what they give you. And honestly, I love that. They have a really great Dragoon weapon that, like, it looks great with my glam. Like, you know, I went back and I did that.
A carrot on a stick, right? Yeah, you got to have that carrot after all.
Yeah.
I love that you are gear driven.
Not even like gear, just like, does it look good? Would it make my little boy look better? And once I have that, if it's a yes, I'm doing it. Whatever it takes, I will do it. And if it's a no, you couldn't pay me to do that content. I'll be like, nah, I'm all right.
So something weird that's happened since we became current is the narrative of predictions really changed for me, because I was working inside the confines of Final Fantasy XIV. It's the Final Fantasy XIV I've definitely played the most. The only one I ever played was 10. And when we became current, there's a lot of dismissal of using Final Fantasy XIV to predict. Instead, it all becomes some other Final Fantasy game. So it's really cool to hear you talk about the Crescent in this way, using Final Fantasy XIV, because so much of what I've heard is like, you got to play 9 to get what's going on here. And what about 9? What about 5? Is there any connection you're seeing in this zone? Maybe music? What's kind of making people think about those two games so much when they see this content?
Oh, all right. So first off, Final Fantasy 9 is all over this expansion. Same with 5. Like, this is, you know how last expansion had a Final Fantasy 4 vibe, and the previous one had a Final Fantasy 8 vibe. Okay. They definitely hammered that home. This is what we're doing. So this one has Final Fantasy 9 for the main story, right? Like, the MSQ has hints of Final Fantasy 9. It's not full on Final Fantasy 9, but it's hints. So a great example is, the new trial boss is straight up just Beatrix, which is a character from Final Fantasy 9.
We literally have a note in our notes to be like, ask Jesse about Beatrix, and you got there anyway.
Yeah, we're naturally there. It's perfect.
Like the Rose the Rose attack, like all of it is very Beatrix coded. Which, by the way, you should play Final Fantasy 9 if only for the assault of the I think it's Silver Dragons scene. Holy crap, is that one of the best scenes in video games? It's so much fun. It's like it's on your left coded, if that makes any sense. It's very fun.
Okay.
But essentially, she is sort of like the main, like I'm trying to remember, because Steiner's technically Garnet's guard. Beatrix is like the leader of the army or something like that. She's and then Steiner and her, he's like, I love that girl, like that kind of thing. But she's like a more robotic version, very similar to how we got a robotic Steiner who just had a different name as well. I'm sure this character will have a different name too. But it's, Final Fantasy 9 coded. The dungeon itself, it looks like we're going to the bottom of that whole facility, and down at the bottom is the old castle, which is Final Fantasy 9. So there's like a lot of really cool stuff going on there. But that's 9 is the main story. The reason why 5 is coming up a lot is because this new content is very Final Fantasy V coded, and the new content being the open world area, the occult place,
occult Crescent. Okay,
yeah. So that entire area, be it the little sprites and things you can be, or the shadow jobs or whatever we're calling them, that's very Final Fantasy V coded. The characters there, the story of what they're trying to do has like hints of Final Fantasy V. The thing that I think is very Final Fantasy V is the raid, the Fork Tower. The minute I saw that, I knew exactly what it was. You didn't have to explain the mechanics to me. The Fork Tower in Final Fantasy V, just like it's 100% going to be in this, is you must split your party into 2. Like, that's how you got through the tower. So you had to split your party into 2, and you can see even from that screen, there's clearly a barrier, and there's 2 groups, and that's what you have to do. And so each group does a different thing, and they have to help each other get through the tower. Like, that's 100% what it's going to be. There's also Final Fantasy V music going on. It's, again, it's not Final Fantasy V, but it's very similar to how we got Final Fantasy IV stuff in the last one, and we had a raid series that was themed around Final Fantasy VIII, but very not Final Fantasy VIII, that kind of stuff. And so that's why people are saying Final Fantasy V.
Gotcha.
Okay, so there's a divide there kind of happening. The MSQ is riding on this Final Fantasy 9.
Yeah.
And the Occult Crescent riding on the 5.
Yeah, and you can see in the gear, for example, so, even though it's, again, not 100% accurate, a lot of the gear they showed off is very Final Fantasy 9 coded. There's some Final Fantasy 5 coded stuff, but it's not exactly. Like, we got, I think it was back in Endwalker, we got some Final Fantasy 4 gear that looked very much like Final Fantasy 4, which was awesome. But this is very similar. So like that gear right there, all the gear you're seeing, this is very Final Fantasy V coded. It's not exactly it, but it's very close. Same with the other gear they showed, which is very Final Fantasy IX, but not exactly it. Just like
that's where the Mickey shoes are coming from, right? Because Zidane is just the most ridiculous looking character to come out of a Final Fantasy. That's why we have these big cartoonish bulbous shoes.
Yep.
Okay.
And you can see that in the white mage outfit they showed, the Tombstone outfit, literally just had the Mickey shoes that Final Fantasy IX is famous for. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Yeah, because when I forget, it's on anniversaries of subscriptions, right? When they send you the cosplay in the mail of other Final Fantasies. And when I got the Zidane one, I had never seen this character before, and I went and Googled it, and I was just, because I was like so deeply offended of like, I've never hated a piece of armor in Final Fantasy XIV more than this. And I'm like, oh, it's a major character from a beloved entry in the Final Fantasy franchise.
Yep. There's
I better watch what I say.
There's the Zidane gear right there. Yeah, there's the white mage. You can see the boots. It's interesting. Like that one, even though it isn't Vivi-esque, if you played Final Fantasy IX, you obviously know who Vivi is. But the cuffs are exactly Vivi's cuffs. The boots, like there's definite Vivi-esque things happening here, but it's just not. Similar with the white mage one, it's very much like the one Garnet wears, the robe she wears, except it doesn't have the hat. Like, you know, it doesn't have a cape. I don't believe she has a cape. Like, there's just things added to it, but it is similar.
Vivi's like that very classical kind of black mage look, right? With the glowing eyes and the completely in shadow face.
And they've given us some of that, but it doesn't have, like those cuffs, for example, are exactly the cuffs Vivi has, and we don't have that on other black mage looking gear. And so I think they're doing like a mix and match, like, yeah, if you want to put this together with that or whatever. So there's a lot of the Final Fantasy characters are featured, or Final Fantasy IX characters are featured here as sort of homages. But there's also a lot that they just didn't. But people are having a lot of assumptions about the fact that, so minor spoilers for Final Fantasy IX. I won't actually spoil it, but the villain of Final Fantasy IX is not actually the villain. There's another villain. And people are wondering if that's kind of where we're going with the story. And so I'm curious, because I don't know. I have no idea. In the trailer, there's the kid who has the medical stuff hooked up to him. And my initial thought was, oh, are we finally going to get resolution to the child who was hit with lightning sickness or whatever, who we saw for exactly 3 seconds and then moved on from? But it doesn't seem like it. This seems like a totally different person. So I don't know. I have no idea what this kid is or what the deal is. I don't know. So I'm curious what this is. I have no answers. Like I obviously I feel like it's what was that group called?
Preservation.
Yeah, obviously it's that, but I don't know what that means. I don't know how that works.
If I'm taking the trailer really literally, which is usually where I begin, and then I try to think about it from a different direction. If I take it literally, towards the end of the trailer, you have Evil Sphene. I'm assuming Evil Sphene, because she is being extremely threatening. Putting her arms wide and showing a screen behind her, and on the screen behind her is a silhouette of what appears to be what I'm referring to as the Black Parade kid, because it looks like a sickly child, and it reminds me of the Black Parade. And just emo as hell looking. And so I'm like, well, why would they be in cahoots? Because they're both being kind of threatening, and also there's all this voiceover that seems attributed to the figure in the lab coat with like the IV in their neck. About testing and looking at results. And I think they're trying to learn about us, the Warrior of Light, so that they can defeat us. Is the vibe I'm getting from that voiceover. We'll talk more about a completely insane community cook on the voiceover here in a moment, but that's my read on the situation. I'm like, why would she be in cahoots showing this character on the screen if they weren't already working with each other? And we already do know that Evil Sphene is working with somebody, and that somebody is a singular person or a group called Preservation. And so, yeah, I think the simplest answer here is probably the correct one.
Well, and just to get it out of the way here, like we have the shot in the trailer of human birthed from the machine. What I died? What the hell happened, Sphene, between the legs there? And unless, you know, that's a new pair of Wooklamot legs walking around freely. Wooklamot's in the background, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's no reason for these free-range legs to be anything but Svevel doing her thing.
There's definitely some kind of doppelganger situation. Like we're definitely gonna get a good Sphene because they're gonna have that payoff, because of course they are, so that Wucklamut can be like, I knew it was right to believe in you, Sphene. Like, all right, fine. But I'm very curious about what like last patch 7.1 we got a straight up Resident Evil level with weird stuff going on with a whole plot line that really felt kind of, oh, it's about the kid. But I feel like that's not what it really was trying to tell us. Like, yeah, the kid was a part of it, but I feel like there's a lot more to that scene that we're just kind of understanding now, because they're really doing some crazy stuff in the background. So I just don't know. I have no idea what is about to happen here.
I mean, a lot of that to me seemed like setting up the Troll Vidrol piloting system that was using them, replacing memories, putting them in other bodies, and getting weird with the bunny.
Sure. My question is that, you know what they do. They'll set up stuff that then has this explains this thing. And I'm wondering if that's how they can do explanations of why this dude can control a Sphene. Like, I just don't know. I have no idea what the setup here is. Or if there is one, I may be way off base. But it feels like you wouldn't create all that 7.1 stuff to then just toss it because we're done with it. That doesn't make any sense. Because it's the start of a 3-patch cycle of we're going to wrap up the story.
Yeah, I 7.1's hard for me to read into because some of it comes from like a critique corner for me, because I thought the majority of 7.1 felt like a shortened retread of all the same beats from main Dawntrail MSQ.
Oh, I'm with you. Yeah.
But it was bookended by what felt like what will carry over into 7.2 and 7.3, which was the Solution 9 stuff. It's like we start in Solution 9, then we immediately back off to Tuliolol and hanging out with,
which is perfectly on brand, by the way. Like, anyone that was shocked by that, they have a fervor that build inside, and they're like, oh my God, we haven't addressed what Kuna and why he felt that way. Oh, I need to let it out. And they all, like, the entire MSQ has done this. They're the entirety of every single story. There's been some sort of secondary character that maybe we're not all super invested in, but we have to know why they are the way they are, and it's service that.
I mean, maybe you have to know the reason they are the way they are. I would have been fine.
I respect it. It's my dungeon master energy. I respect why you had to let that out, and why we can now be like, okay, Kona's solved. We don't have to talk to him for quite a while.
Yeah. It's a gut check. I'm like, am I too close to, like, because I didn't like it, do I just go, the Kona stuff is unimportant and will not be touched on again, because it kind of just felt like we're done with Kona now. But
I see in chat the what they were experimenting on in that lab. We have its conclusion. It's the Arcadian. They were developing Oversoul. That is absolutely on the surface level what we were doing. I will not deny that. We even fight a giant thing with a pit in the center that I would never fall into. So we did all of that.
Yeah.
But that's, I think, what we were supposed to get for that patch. I'm saying that clearly has some relevance to what's going. Like, there's unanswered questions from that alone. Like, we still don't know who the mom is. And the mom seemed to be up into some crazy stuff. So there's definitely something there that I would imagine would translate into future content. Now, if it doesn't, personally, I think that's kind of a loss, because there's a lot of really cool stuff there that I feel like establishes, like, there's going to be something. There's going to be like a twist. They always do it. It's going to happen. The question is, what's that going to be? Couldn't tell you. Is it as simple as there's just another Sphene back now? But my question is, how's that work? You know what I mean? Couldn't tell you.
I mean, Sphene says, the voiceover in the trailer is, died? Whatever do you mean? Which, we've just been keeping the floppy in the machine, running all the memories off of it, but that was never the real Sphene anyway. And now we're going to have this, hopefully, because I love it so much, last unicorn situation where she's feeling her heartbeat for the first time in thousands of years and feeling pretty weird being biological and all that.
I'm absolutely here for a weird I mean, I hope they'll do this. Like, they've done stuff like this in the past, but like a weird conversation between who is the real Sphene.
Wait, are you talking like pointing at Spider-Man situation where we have the gun?
I mean, not
Who is Eric
not on
Cartman's father?
not on that level, but like more metaphysical or you know, like I don't know, like a 101 class in philosophy, like that kind of thing, where it's Sphene. If we have one Sphene who's like good Sphene and one Sphene who's like bad Sphene, but they're both like, if neither of them is technically real because the real Sphene died, then which one of them is more real? Like that kind of vibe. Like I'm fine getting a little wacky with it if that's where they want to take stuff. But if they just want to be like, no, the one in the hood, that's the real one. They better have a damn good reason why that's the real one, and not, you know, because everyone's like, no, she died, dude. And so if she isn't dead, then what? How? It's been how long? What is going on? So they just have to have good reasoning behind it, but I have no clue.
Some kind of like she's in a pocket life stream the whole time, just like not dead but not crossed over. Like I don't know what to make of it. I find that interesting. It's a big question for me is what direction they're gonna take the Sphene v Sphene.
Yeah,
bit.
I mean, I would hate it if they did something so obvious as, oh, she's the good one. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not fun. I would be much more happier if we're like, we found the good Sphene, she's gonna help us, and then they're like, you fool, Preservation just made another Sphene and we tricked you, dum-dums. I would love that. I'd be so happy.
It's a council
like, yes.
of Sphenes and they all want to beat us.
Yeah, they were like, oh, we can make as many Sphenes as we want to. We were just playing your asses. That would have been great.
I really think that she is going to be like good aligned. But I don't know. I think her existence will be a type of existence we have never come across in 14 so far. I don't think she's going to be so cleanly alive or dead. Like I don't like maybe just like a corporeal soul kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they still screw around with the live stream a little bit. And just the fact that Y'shtola is the one to find her makes me think that's the direction they're heading, because Y'shtola has been ripped directly from the live stream once before. Twice before? Once before.
That would allow it. Also,
before.
it could just be interdimensional fusion, and that's the whole point of getting the key back. So Y'shtola's there to talk about it. I mean, there's lots of cute stuff you could still do. Maybe, you know, basic level kind of cheeseball good and evil, but you could, you know, Cartman's a ghost this. Like everywhere good Sphene goes, no one can see her because the memories just delete. And so you cannot interact with anybody who's wearing a regulator. And we have that line there. We ask all recipients to equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration.
I think there's a setup there, right? Like, it's very obvious that you see scenes of like people getting killed and the city's under attack. I think it's very obvious this is like one of those, it's an inside job. They, you know, that kind of stuff where if people don't want to sign up to get a new thing on their head, the best way to get them to fear death is by actively just killing people. And then they'll be like, okay, yeah, no, take us away to your weird fantasy no one dies world. And so then they can control people. So it's definitely like, it was an inside job.
Oh, I think you're dead on right there. Yeah, that's the something's going on with the regulators and they're pushing them a little too hard.
Yeah, but and that's, again, there's a whole, I don't understand why. Like, I get it from a baseline of if you were an evil Sphene, your whole deal was put everyone inside my fake world so they can live forever. Like, okay, I get it, but that's not preservation. So I don't know what I think, if anything, the easiest version of this is some people want to live forever and they're willing to sacrifice everyone else so they can have as many lives as possible. And, you know, it feels very like, I'm a corporate executive. Give me all your money. You know, like, it feels like that.
When we already did
but
that.
But just
once.
On a Final Fantasy level.
Because we harvested the city because we couldn't harvest other dimensions, and we would just be harvesting the city again, which it is kind of weird that we kept the robots. The brain keeps ending up on screen.
Damn right he does.
It's very weird that we kept the robots that attacked everybody, and now they're, you know, attacking everybody again. But there's these power symbols going on. That could just be as simple as, there is no big conspiracy power thing. It's just, hey, I want to attack the Warrior of Light with big lightning bolt, and I need to shut down the Arcadian for a hot moment.
I mean, they may literally just, everyone who has a black thingy on their head, they may just be the ones attacking. It may not be the robots anymore. It may just be people.
It could be, the robots actually doing the defending in that case, and that would be a nice little switch.
I honestly don't know what we're going to see, but I am very curious where they're taking, because we don't really know. Like, 7.1 did not give us a damn hint about where this story is going. So this is going to be the one that actually does tell us what's about to happen, at least for the next 2 patches.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There was a little bit of this at the very tail end of 7.0, but I think this is the proper version of that. I think it's going to be Warrior Light like versus Solution 9. Like, it's not just you're not just dealing with Zoralja, you're not just dealing with Sphene, but you're dealing with like all of the resources of the city against you and your cronies.
Yeah, there is. I struggle to discuss this because it straight up is major Final Fantasy IX theming, and I wonder if that's what they're doing here. So, in Final Fantasy IX, there's a massive theme. Are you two okay with me talking about Final Fantasy IX? I don't want to like ruin the experience for you.
We're not going to play it anytime soon.
Well, and I've already been told the super disappointing ending. That kind of happened in there for many people. Not everyone, of course, but there was kind of a collective, oh, that came out of nowhere vibe for many who played the 9.
Definitely the final boss has that came out of nowhere vibe, but I guess if you understand the concepts of the game, it's fine. It's honestly, I was one of those people who, when I was a kid, I hated that. But the older I got, I was like, I understand what they meant to do. I just never liked the last boss. It definitely had a like welcome to come out of nowhereville. But thematically, Final Fantasy IX has this like string through it that is originally told from the perspective of Vivi, who is a black mage kid. And he literally, his character arc is everyone he knows and loves is dead, and he doesn't understand the concept of death. And you are trying to teach a child the concept of death. That is his character arc in the game, is he doesn't get death. So you can see how that translates over to this game, where you have these people that they're like, we don't die. Like, that's not a thing that happens to us, and we're terrified of it. And that's like the Vivi thing in Final Fantasy IX. But then in Final Fantasy IX, there's a through line of like, who is really alive? And there are characters who I hesitate to call dolls, but there's actually like there's people who are not real. And so that's another thing that I think they're tapping into here when it comes to Sphene, right? And so there's a lot that they can pull from, and I don't want to spoil too much about who is what and that kind of thing, but it very much seems like they're pulling on those threads from 9, and we're going to get something akin to that. And at the end, there is a huge like, okay, we're going to go do a thing now. And it involves literally going to another world, ? So
okay.
That could be where we're going. Like if we get some sort of Garland-esque situation, and I ignore Garland because you think Sid in Final Fantasy XIV. Garland in Final Fantasy IX is a whole different thing.
Own character. Okay.
Yeah, but there's like a Garland-esque situation that we could have that would be the 9th, where we go into the 9th, and that's where the final act of this expansion takes place. And that could be what we do.
Well, now I just have Final Fantasy IX questions, so hang on a second, because they went to the Pinocchio dimension and made all the boys real? Is that what happened in 9? Is that
kinda ish. So in 9, there's like a hierarchy of villains, which I absolutely love. So there's like the evil queen, but then there's like the guy behind the evil queen, and then there's like the guy behind the evil queen. And the reveal is that most of it is this big plan of someone else, very ASEAN coded, and everyone else, good guy, bad guy, all of it is kind of like you're caught up in this. And I'm not saying that's what they're gonna do, because there's no way they're gonna do exactly that. They've never done that. for every one of these, thematically Final Fantasy things, they've never done exactly what the game was, but they're definitely getting themes from it. And so I'm very curious if they take us down that path towards something very similar, where, because we're already talking about interdimensional stuff at the big scene, the scene that I actually absolutely love and would say, if you just want to watch one Final Fantasy IX scene, just go watch. It's I think it's called like Flight of the Silver Dragons or Battle of the Silver Dragon. Literally, it's like the last big, like, everyone in the world versus this like army of infinite silver dragons trying to get you through this portal to this other realm. Like, that's the whole, that's like the big climax of this game to get you to the last level. And that scene, I mean, like, we could be doing something cool like that, where it's like, yo, we gotta get you through the portal. Very Deadpool Wolverine. We got to get you back through the portal to get back to your world. I feel like we could end up doing that at the end of the, I don't know. I have no idea, but I mean, like, based on Final Fantasy IX, it's a possibility.
I mean, you've already mentioned things that are like just straight up in this trailer, and that they already knew, like the man behind the queen, right? Like, clearly somebody's behind the queen. We've got preservation to deal with. We know that's there. So yeah, I can. That's interesting that you have to contend with this. You're just like, how much do I read into Final Fantasy IX? Because some of it is definitely there, but how deep does it go?
I mean, if this kid behind the scenes is like, my name is Kuja, then we absolutely know what's happening. But if his name is like, my name's Kujer, then who knows? Maybe not.
Then it's just I have no clue. Then it's just a reference, and they're probably going to go a different direction with it.
Yeah. Okay. Like, again, the kid makes no sense to me. I have zero context for him. I, honest to God, thought it was the kid that was in the bed that we met for exactly 5 minutes. I have no clue.
Well,
that's that thing where I think they're probably doing what they've done with past Final Fantasy references, where they're like, it's similar, but it's not the same. Where like there's the parts of this is going to pique your memory if you've played those games, but the overall story they're going to tell is going to be its own adventure.
Yeah, there's themes, and they definitely hit those themes, and it's very obvious they're Final Fantasy IX theming, but it's how much, that's yet to be seen.
Well, tell me a little bit about Beatrice, right? We got like all this rose imagery, a robot lady who's more robot than she was in 9, I guess.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. But same with Steiner. The Steiner character was all robot in this, right? Except, he's not a robot in 9. Basically, she is I think the queen's bodyguard and probably the leader of the army. And so for a lot of the time, it's kind of like, is she going to be on our side? Is she not? Is she, like, that kind of vibe? But she and Steiner have a relationship, and he's like, that's my girl. So,
I mean, you gotta love that.
Obviously,
right?
We're not going to get into that level of detail. She's clearly just a boss fight. But as protector of the queen, she would be the one who, if the dungeon, based on the dungeon, the footage we saw, my assumption is we go to the bottom of, and I can never remember what the name of the actual complex is.
Everkeep.
I just keep thinking solution. What is it?
Everkeep.
Everkeep. We're going to the bottom of Everkeep because it's very clear, because they show the elevator. It's very clear that the bottom is the original castle. And so we're going to go there. We're going to do a bunch of boss fights. And at the end, the trial that would take place after that is probably in the castle. That is where this character is. And we have to fight her in there because, of course, that's where she would be. Do I understand? Like, do I think it's going to have a major story implication? Probably not.
Well, the idea that it's the protector of the queen would suggest maybe that either, our new character with the IV and all the computer screens is playing the queen, or that there's a real queen body, or I think Reddit's favorite post original 7.2 first live letter was that IV Kid is a Sphene clone, and we have 3 Sphenes running around.
I am absolutely okay with the idea of, if this or this patch is shit goes down, we see evil Sphene, but then we meet like good Sphene, and we're like, what the hell is going on? So we go to the bottom of Everkeep, we go into this old castle to like get answers, and what we find is the dead Sphene. So neither of them are the reals. Like, I would love
that'd
that.
Be pretty sick.
If
I'd
we
be into
think we
that.
found like the real Spheen's back and she's gonna help us, and we get there and it's just no, dude, Spheen's still dead.
Just
Whatever
find a
this is, it's
corpse.
way more complicated. I would love that.
And then we pull the guns on both of them and make them tell stories
Yeah,
about
because
which
it's like,
one's
who do you trust? Who's the good one? Yeah, I would love.
Did either
That would
person
be so happy.
have either of you seen the first season of Star Wars Rebels, the animated show?
Yeah.
Future seasons infinitely better, but the finale has one of the best things ever, where they used a corpse of a Jedi to bait a Jedi to think he's coming to save a Jedi, and then he gets there and it's this mummified corpse of a Jedi, and I effing love it.
I honestly think that's like a really cool plot twist. The idea that Spheen's back, we're gonna save the day, everything's gonna be good, and we get there and it's like, no, dude, Spheen's still dead. There's nothing you could do. Whatever that person is, that's not the original Spheen. I don't know who that is, and it just makes things more complicated and more crazy. And it's but also adds to the idea of who's that Final Fantasy IX theme of like, what is life? Who is really alive?
Have we haven't met the Warrior of Light's ninth reflection, have we?
No.
Okay. What if it's Beatrix? You know, because
maybe
here's somebody who has played zero Final Fantasy IX but has access to Google. Here's why I had this thought. Apparently, that character in 9 is momentarily a player character.
They do that frequently in Final Fantasy games, so they give you like a character. Like 6, you could be General Leo for a while. Like 7, they they let you do stuff like that.
Yeah, might be Steiner. I had that thought too. Otis is a little Warrior of Light coded. Like, I think you could make an argument for that.
That's not even cope. That's just hope. Like, I love that. I love that idea.
I want a full on fallen, reflection of the Warrior of Light. Not like Ardbert, where we thought we were against Ardbert, but Ardbert was actually just operating on incomplete info. Like, I want to just evil and loving it. And they probably won't rip it this early. And I kind of hope they won't, because I'm kind of hoping a future expansion is just like us versus like the most evil version of ourselves.
I'm with you on this completely.
I want this so bad.
Yeah.
But
I love the idea of having someone who is like, it's the Star Trek meme where in the Star Trek movies, Kirk fights Klingons, Kirk fights God, and the only thing left for Kirk to fight is himself in the 6th movie. And I feel like that's the vibe here, where the only person stronger than us is potentially us, but just like a different, eviler version of us. And I'm absolutely here for that. So, yeah, which is why, again, I would love NSMgers. A whole, like, here's the plot. It's about us. Like, you wanted to get back to us as people. We're going to learn all about who we were, and we may not like it. I love that kind of thing. I think that's so cool, but I don't know. I'm not the writer.
Shout out to Clemency, who thinks Otis is the Hildy reflection in the night. Like, hell yes.
He has that vibe for sure.
Yeah,
but also, that's like who Steiner was. Steiner was a big goofball. Like, he tried to be a hero, but he's not. He's a goofy guy. And so that's no. I got so many questions.
I just love the whole just concept of the reflections is just so fun to play with in my head, and 14's done some fun stuff with it canonically, and so I always want them to at some point go back to that.
Like, I saw this comment, and I love this because I think it's absolutely right on. What I talked about this before, and I just want to say it again. I love the idea that we have this key, and this key is going to send us on an adventure. But if the adventure was originally the full, complete 1414 Asm doing his thing, then in order to do that adventure, we need to be complete. And so if there's an expansion where we go around, or go around and collect ourselves and like bring us back together and do this thing, that's great. But the twist I would love is that one of those guys realizes, oh my God, if you get rid of all the other ones, you just become more powerful. And like, okay, so while we're back doing we did our adventure, life is good, everything's fine. The other one of us kills all the other of us, and we're like, I feel stronger that's so weird. And this guy's in the background like, all I gotta do is kill you now too, and I become the greatest. Like, I would love to have a guy who goes full on Jet Li the One. And he's like Highlander, where he's like, I will kill all the other ones and become the most strongest. And because he's like gone bonkers. I would love it if we accidentally send one of our reflections over the edge. I think that would be amazing.
Or what if they got all our other reflections together to stand against us so that they
evil as Avengers? I'm here for that. I love that too.
Or like the Council of Ricks. Like
yeah, there's so, when you mess with timey-wimey nonsense, you can do so many cool things, which is why my expectations are so very high. Like, I demand a cool ass story. You've set us up. You've done it. We spent a full expansion getting set up. Deliver, please. Start us down the path to something really cool. Like, I want to keep guessing.
There's rule of cool stuff, like particularly I think for our age group that we grew up with. That's just awesome. But there's not much substance there. Like for me, I always come back to Dark Link. Finding Dark Link and Ocarina of Time was one of the most hype moments of my childhood. I've never broken a controller out of joy, but this was the closest I've ever come to it. But there's no substance there. There's no, the Dark Link isn't a character. And to me, that's a big reason I enjoy 14 so much, because they play with these themes that were like so often like things that I thought was cool as a kid in games or comics or TV shows or movies that didn't get a lot of substance to them, but they actually substantiate it. So I know if 14 did that, if they were like, what if we did Warrior Light Dark Link? Like that would include a novella of character development for
I'm talking multi-expansion. Like, this is the next arc. Like, no, we're not fighting Ascians. We're fighting the literal bad version of you. I would love it if they then brought back our good boy Ardbert, because it's like, yo, he may have everything you have, but he ain't got me, dude. Because Ardbert's only inside of you. So I'd love that little, like, we have Ace in the hole and it's our good boy. And he's like, don't worry, I'll punch this guy in the face. That would be great. It would give everyone everything they want. It would be callbacks galore. It'd be so much fun. Plus, we could travel to all the other reflections over the course of X number of expansions, and you could tell different stories and do whatever. Ooh. I would love that kind of stuff. But again, that's like a 10-year arc, and I don't know if anyone, even writers, have patience for that. We'll see. I have no clue.
They've done a 10-year arc before. What's one more 10-year arc?
I mean, the thing that's interesting, though, is the reason why that 10-year arc works is they just pulled on the strings. It's so obvious looking back at A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward and Stormblood. They had not a clue where they were taking shit. Like, they just didn't know. And they somehow were like, okay, this is where we're going. And they wrapped it up, and they did pretty good. And so I wonder if this time, because I know they said, oh, we're just going to try things. But I feel like trying things only gets you so far. You have to really think about how you want to take stuff and where you want to go with it. Otherwise, it's going to be, you know, what you were talking about. Like, cool, whoa, Dark Link is here, but why? Like, I don't know. Who cares?
Why should I? Because that's the type of game that 14 is. They flesh out their why. Like, there is reasoning behind pretty much everything in the game happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not the type of game. Which I'm not saying it's the right way to do it. I like both. And then you also have like the FromSoft kind of side of things where it's like inferred, and then you can go deeper if you want, but the surface level game experience isn't going to spoon feed you its narrative or its characters. And I think all of that is cool. But yeah, to me, that's the way 14 tells its story, and I would expect it to continue telling its story that way.
Yeah, I mean, and I saw in chat someone said that he potentially wants to end it in 9.0, this arc, which is fine, as long as they tell a cohesive story with 2 points to go. You know what I mean? Like, you only have so much time to tell this story, and there's definitely going to be a lot of making up for 8.0. If that makes any sense. Like, they're going to do a lot of I don't want to say course correction, because my big fear is that, much like The Last Jedi was so divisive, they came back with what may be the worst movie ever made in the history of cinema. Like,
I agree. And I love Star Wars.
Rise of Skywalker sucks so much, like, truly terrible. From start to finish, one of the worst movies ever crafted by mankind. It's just terrible. I wonder,
peak congratulations, you pissed everyone off.
Yeah, and I wonder, I'm genuinely worried they're going to course correct so much that they're going to give us something truly awful. I hope they don't listen to a lot of the internet chatter and they just tell a story and we get to go along for the ride. I hope they don't let the internet decide where we go, because that happened and we saw the outcome and it was garbage. So I don't want that.
Do you feel like there's a time in Final Fantasy's past where that's happened?
I don't know. If anything, they themselves second guess themselves and create weird things. I know for sure that my hope is they don't listen to people, because I know for sure there was a while they didn't, because good God, there were so many Final Fantasy 13 games, and as a person who hated Final Fantasy 13, I was like, why do you keep making them? And they just, yeah, they didn't listen at all. But with that said, they also preempt themselves. And I know Yoshida's a victim of that, because Final Fantasy 16 is that example. Final Fantasy 16, the original game, was going to be like basically a beat 'em up cool brawler thing that was stage to stage to stage to stage and be very Devil May Cry-esque. And then somewhere someone was like, oh, damn, it's a Final Fantasy game. Let's add quests. And so that's why some of those side quests feel disjointed, because they were just thrown in clearly after the fact. And so I think that you can second guess yourself, and I know it's been done before. So I hope they just agree to like Apple philosophy, where we're going to create a thing and it's a thing we want to make and we need to sell people on the thing we made, rather than the people want this and we're going to give it to them. Because as we have learned, there's so many varying voices. When you do that, you get Rise of Skywalker, the truly worst movie ever created by man ever. It is terrible. I hate it passionately.
Well, and that's the fun of the Arcadian. Is like, it feels like, well, we got all that out of the way. Now that everything's fully saturated and we're in the Technodrome, would anyone like to have some fun here? And it's so freeing. And it was such a breath of fresh air coming out of the more exploratory. And we've even heard with this patch that there's going to be a lot of new characters. We're not really seeing that here in this trailer, but that's something that they've now warned on a couple of times. And that feels like, wait, is that the course correction? Like we're just gonna go, whoa. Here, is this your possible new crew? Right over here? Is this who you want to hang with for a long time?
Yeah. I will say, I think if there is a takeaway to have from Dawn Trail, it should be that the lesson I think everyone knew anyway, that starting over is tough. And hopefully, if they do more restarts, they'll learn from the lesson. But the idea of, hey, we're going to keep you the same power level, but start you over. At a certain point, like, it's not fun, because you're not the main, we were not the main character of this expansion. And I think everyone can agree that kind of sucks, because it's a video game. It may be a story, but it's a video game first and foremost. And so I want to feel like I'm playing the thing instead of watching someone else experience everything. And so I hope if there is a lesson, that's the lesson they took from it, is like, hey, let's it's a video game. Let's have the player be the thing. But
yeah, that's an interesting one, because I didn't mind it. In like, we're kind of the main character in Stormblood, but there's other, like,
admittedly, it did not bother me at all. But the critiques I saw, I think, stem from the fact that you are not the main character. Like, for me, I didn't care. I was happy. I was like, yo, I feel like I'm Ardbert, and I'm watching this new guy try to do a thing, and it made me happy. I was like, this is fun. I like this. It did not bother me at all. But I feel like that's the vibe I picked up from people, where they were just like, I just wanted to play my game and be the main character. And that's kind of the setup they had for the last X number of expansions. So I get why this expansion hits weird. But with that said, there's so much stuff to love that I genuinely I'm like, all right, if it wasn't your jam, that's fine. I'm enjoying.
Yeah, and I just kind of landed on not the right medium for that kind of story. Because in a more condensed RPG, like when Wilcomott's training, I can be sitting there playing my cards and being like, oh, I'm an astrologian. Look at me. Oh, what's that, Will Clement? Oh, you need some help? No worries. Let me just finish placing these cards. And, Garrett could be sitting there, I don't know, channeling darkness or something. But how many jobs deep are we? You can't make every single one of those little scenes that gives you character when you're addressing a bigger world that you're adding. And you're not able to have those character moments snuck in like you would in maybe a DLC of your favorite RPG game that has completed its story. No, they won't tell another one. I think of like like Dragon Age Awakening kind of did that thing really well where you were kind of dead inside, or at least I was, based on my choices, but there was cool people to meet.
There's definitely something interesting in the way they decided to tell the story this time that I think is not conducive with great. I don't know how to explain this, but basically the ecosystem surrounding Final Fantasy XIV has developed in a way that if you don't deliver content to them that has it's so weird to talk about. A great example would be Otis, right? The scene where you sit down with the kid for the first time and you're like, yo, kid, tell me about your life. And the game actively is like, no, we will not do that. Let's talk about Otis. And you're like, but I want to learn about the kid. It's like, no. We will not do that. We're going to learn about Otis because you have to go deal with the real Otis here in about 3 hours. Then the first patch is all about the kid. But there was no indication in 7.0 that it was going to be that we were going to get a thing about the kid. It just ended. And so for that time period where nothing was going on, people were making videos like, why would you include the kid? It was pointless. That was stupid. But
Why
then
are you
eventually we got
targeting me
it
this way.
And so it's that kind of thing where the ecosystem around the game is expecting things, and this expansion didn't deliver them in the order it usually does. And so, yeah, we eventually got information about the kid, but after months of nothing. And so it let the ecosystem on the internet build up like, this is terrible. They just made this thing and they didn't do it right. But then eventually they did, but it's just a different way of telling the story. And so it's like, I can understand why there's so many videos angry about Dawn Trail stuff because they're doing it so differently that we're just not, like, people have to produce content. And for some reason, it's like, that's the easiest form, is to vent. And here we are.
Yeah, that was certainly the case in the new year. We saw a lot of videos kind of being like, okay, I'm back. Why hasn't the game changed in that regard? Yeah, that's actually a great scene to point out because it is absolutely of paramount importance that in this beat, we introduce and explain the Endless. Because that is barreling at you.
Yeah.
Well, he's a cute little dinosaur kid. You want to find out.
The whole point of that is we go out there to find this kid. He's the son of the bad guy, and we're expecting information, and we get none. None. The game literally diverts us down another path, and in the moment, it seems so insane. But I would wager, much like when we were talking about, I don't know if it was the beginning of the podcast or before we started, the idea of us coming into this game late and getting to experience everything back to back. Versus people had to sit and wait and stew and think. And right now we're caught up, so we're sitting and waiting and stewing. But I wonder if the experience is different for those who get to play 7.0, 7.1, and then 7.2 all in a row. I would wager the experience is different. Much like watching a show back to back on Netflix versus watching a show every week.
That's a huge split in the type of person, I think, these days, who even enjoy any sort of pop culture of the, like, watch it as it comes out or wait until it's all out and watch it all at once, ignoring there's also a ton of shows that just drop everything all at once these days as well. And we have no standardization between any of that because of the secular nature of streaming services now. But yeah, we saw that comment a ton after we got through Dawn Trail and we had caught up and finally started kind of weighing in on our opinion after what felt like months. I think it was only about a month of everyone kind of giving their take and predominantly it not being a particularly positive take from a lot of content creators. But we got a lot of comments from people who are just like, I'm just gonna wait. Like, it sounds like it's divisive, so I'm just gonna wait until it's all out. And then I even noticed a trend of comments from folks who are like, that's what I do already. Apparently folks with previous expansions would at least wait until the 0.3 patch was out to in their mind they could experience the full story. I would argue until Endwalker, which doesn't have the up through 0.3 trend. Like I look at Shadowbringers, I'm like, I don't know, like the 5.0 arc is clearly connected to 5.1 through 5 or 5.3, but it's also very different. Like, you know, base Shadowbringers all about Emmett, and patch Shadowbringers is all about Alejandra, Olympus, to put it very simply. So I'm like, I perfectly enjoyed taking my time with that, because we didn't just rush through the patch content either. But I completely understand how you can be that type of person.
Yeah, I love when people give me the answers I'm looking for. Jeffrey Morales, I just want to shout you out in chat. There was a period of time when the Warriors of Darkness were regarded as really stupid random detour. I believe that. They kind of come out of nowhere. And honestly, I can understand when people be like, that was stupid. And it because I had that happening, and me, honestly, the reason why I thought the Warriors of Darkness was cool, because I made up some insane nonsense where I was like, it's the trailer people. Oh my God. They're doing some sort of meta thing where the trailer people are fighting us. That's the only reason why I thought that part was cool. Then they vanish. And it isn't until a full ass expansion later they come back. And I was like, now we're doing something cool. And I can
but that is true. It is the trailer people. Like that was the fun of it. It was canonically you were fighting when they show Base Shepherd. They showed up and were pissed at you, and that's adorable.
Yeah, and I thought that was really cool, and I was very excited about that. But looking at it, thinking about it, that's kind of what I was asking about at the beginning. Is I wonder people going through it at the time what their experience was, and now I just absolutely feel confirmed that nothing changes. People were still like, no, this War of Darkness stuff is trash, and I'm like, okay, yeah. Nothing's changed. It's just different time.
Oh, and for good or ill, you get invested in your own hopes. Like we're seeing a lot of conversations right now happening about the nature of memories, how that's going to be used, how that reflects whether you're real or not in Final Fantasy IX. And that could all be for naught. And it can be kind of embarrassing when you go down a deep rabbit hole like that. I mean, I think if I were to identify one in the past, it was when, quick, throw the eyeballs in the chasm that no one will ever recover them from. And then like 2 seconds later, that stupid paladin is standing there with that big stupid grin on his face. And I'm just thinking, well, why do we do it? What's the point of the infinite chasm? But I got to go straight on to the patch content. And I got to forget about that real fast. And
well, let's be honest, Kyle. You didn't, because we stalled and we made like 4 videos before we moved on.
In the cosmic sense,
you guys stalled?
I moved through the
stuff.
I
know this is probably news to you, Jesse, but we did take a pretty sweet time getting through the Final Fantasy 14
I would like you to view our point score, though, that we did skip role quests in Endwalker in order to catch up faster. You know, choices were made.
Yeah,
we're still in that ice zone in Eureka. Choices were made. I just want to
say I'm so disappointed in everyone for selecting Hildebrand. While it's great, I'm shocked people don't want you to do the Endwalker role quests. I'm just shocked.
Don't. Everything on here is a subgenre of angry people in our Discord. These are all groups of people.
Get them. Get them, Discord. Get them.
That want to kick in our door, strap us to a chair, and make us play each of these things.
Nice.
So don't worry. They're all represented. However, I do feel extremely vindicated that Variant Dungeons lost. Anyway,
I mean, Variant Dungeons are the least cool thing on that list. Although you should do them.
Okay. All right. Covering your base. Look at you crowd pleaser. Boo. Pick a side. Boo. Can I, real quick, before we move on, can I devil's advocate for just a moment on the subject of like, now it's our first time experiencing playing this game slowly as it comes out, as opposed to being able to just barrel through it. Because you keep using King Baby Lizard, Gululja, as an example of like, why was that in there? And then, oh, look at 7.1. My devil's advocate for this point, and don't worry, this isn't going to stay negative, everybody. So just if you'll give me like 5 minutes of perceived negativity, I'm going to take you out. I'm going to end it on a point that uses my own shortcomings as an example. I think, because I still look at that a little bit, and I think there's people in this camp who that's not good enough for them, because I'm certainly, and I am in this camp legitimately. This is not just an example. I look at Galulja and I go, probably not going to be an integral character moving forward in the grander story that Final Fantasy XIV is going to continue telling from 8.0 and beyond. So I think that's, some people are kind of feeling that. I certainly did with Galulja. It was more, for me, it was more, my ire was focused on Soralja. I'm like, we're done with you. I don't want to retread you in 7.1. I didn't think you were a particularly interesting villain, and I don't want to spend the time after the fact that you've been dealt with exploring you further. However, continue.
No,
ahead,
I'm with you so far. Please
Okay.
continue.
Yeah. However, I felt that way during a beloved time in Final Fantasy XIV's history, which was in Shadowbringers. There's this patch. There's this patch called, you can take the timer down, Kyle. I'm already getting to my end point. There's this lovely patch called 5.1. I hated 5.1. It's one of my least favorite patches in the history of Final Fantasy XIV because I found the character of Becklug very annoying.
You don't like when I talk like this the entire time.
I like when you do it because I'm friends with you and it's funny.
That's right.
In 14,
Don't worry,
I'm
Garrett. Come with me on an adventure. You don't want to do that?
In Final Fantasy XIV, I'm used to good voice acting. So that threw me for a loop.
I love that voice. Yo, we're going to fight on this. We're going to fight on this. I love Becklug's voice.
The character didn't do much for me, but you know what? It didn't end up being too much big of an issue that I didn't like that character because they weren't that integral going forward. And sometimes it's fine. It's fine. If a character, not every character has to land for you, and not every character is even going to be that pervasive throughout the entire arc. Like, I got over it very quickly.
I thought for sure you were going to say, because I remember watching you guys go through the post Shadowbringers patches, and I thought you were going to say that you didn't like Elidibus. Because I didn't until
Pandemonium.
I remember you
That's
guys
a long time.
absolutely crapping on Elidibus as a character. Because you're like, we just got done with Emmett and he was so good. And now there's this dude who like shows up and is like, I'm also in this expansion. And I vividly remember you guys being like, I don't get it.
I don't think I'm honest, like my hot take is I don't think the writers knew what they were ever doing with Elidibus. Elidibus in every expansion feels like a completely different character. And I think Pandemonium ties a really nice bow on that in a way where it makes sense that Elidibus is like that. But even at the end of it's why I like, because people love debating Shadowbringers versus Endwalker, but people also love debating 5.0 or 5.3. And I am firmly in the 5.0 camp, like firmly. 5.3 is good, but I don't think it reaches the high. For me, it doesn't reach the highs of 5.0.
5.0 is far superior. However, the last ending bit, that like post we beat Elidibus scene, is the best scene in the game. I don't care what anyone says. With them all sitting at the tables and like having a moment, and then the game is like, hey man, we're still not done. We're going on. And like Alice jumps up. Like that is a perfect, I still firmly believe they could have ended the game there. Like, we saved the world. Everything's good. We're going to go on another adventure. And like that, if they had the audacity to do it, obviously there was other things to deal with, but like it felt very much TV show ending. Like, and the adventure continues, but we're not paying for that budget. Like that's what it felt like. And I love that moment. Absolutely think it is a flawless ending. Perfect. But with that said, it's like, nothing's going to be like the last 2 hours of 5.0 are truly a perfect ending to like an RPG. Like it is the hypest shit you're ever going to see. If you aren't clapping at the end, I don't know what happened to your soul, man. I don't know what broke you. It is one of the coolest things that ever existed. They're both very good. It is a reason why Shadowbringers is beloved.
I love that for you.
How very diplomatic of you.
I just had to eat like 7 like you're wrong on your opinion, Garrett, in chat. So I'm just gonna say I love that for you.
You still got 34 seconds.
Oh, I still got 34
you got anything
seconds?
else you want to say in your 31
the
seconds
journey
left?
is also important, and Elidibus's journey makes no sense until Pandemonium. So, yeah, I know he cries in the cutscene, and that's good enough for some people who really don't care about any story up until that point. But crying is not peak writing. You have to earn the crying, and I don't think he earns the crying.
Like a kid playing tag, he cried so that he could keep playing.
Damn.
That is probably my actual hottest Final Fantasy 14 take. Like people want
that is.
I catch more abuse for variant dungeons than anything else, but I on multiple times have been like, guys, Elidibus doesn't make sense until Pandemonium. No. Yeah. And yeah, I just truly believe some people just like things when a character cries.
I like that confused little asshole. I like his moon biz. I just liked him showing up, messing with things, just trying his damnedest to balance things out. He had no idea what he was doing, and it was adorable.
He started as a bureaucrat, then he was a Xenos cosplayer, then he was a dementia victim.
Well, yeah, but
none of it connects.
He didn't expect Xenos, who ate a dragon, to how do I say this not vulgarly? Become infatuated with the Warrior of Light and ruin all his plans by popping one big love affair. Love won out, man. Love won out in the end.
Two things here. One, you're correct. Xenos is the best character. Two, I love that there was an implication that 5 minutes, you were like, all right, by the time I'm done, I'm gonna say some bad shit, but by the time you're gonna love me.
I had no intention of
you reverse that completely.
I had no intention of talking about Elidibus during any of that. And because there's other people on this program, and that's how conversation works, I was taken somewhere I didn't expect.
I see.
I didn't get in an Uber. I got in a blind taxi ride.
Yeah.
You did not take me where I wanted to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, Clips editor, have fun with this one, I guess.
I would love to see the out of context, like, I can't believe they're just crapping all over the game. He hates it. Oh, big fan of that. Please only clip the parts where,
No, you don't understand. We got in so much trouble recently for just doing a bit clip, and no.
It happens. Tensions are high.
Noelle, if you do use this, please start with context. Please start with context.
Important context, No.
This is what you have to do. Okay. Start with the hardest hitting, like the little clip is going to be Elidibus sucks, and then you cut to us explaining it, and then end back on Elidibus sucks. That way you bookend it, and so people will understand, but you'll get them at the beginning.
Yep. And then they're still mad at the end.
This is
right. Yeah.
This is the type of person I am. I tried to deliver my Elidibus thought in a respectful way, but then a bunch of people in chat told me my opinion was wrong. And so you unleashed my jackass.
It's all right. No, I mean, some people have opinions that are wrong, and other people think Xenos is the best character.
Yeah, Kyle thinks Endwalker is better than Shadowbringers. I can't imagine living your life like that. So
I don't get it.
It's okay.
I like happy endings.
Yeah, if you ever need to say that you're joking, just really hammer home that Xenos is the best character, and people will understand. That's it.
Wait a minute. What's your trauma? What's going on here?
Nothing. I love Xenos, but everyone is like, Xenos sucks, dude. I love Xenos, so I will always say Xenos is the best character, and they'll be like, okay, Jesse's joking. And I can get away with anything.
Oh, I see.
Even though I truly believe Xenos is the best character. I love Xenos. I don't give a damn.
Oh, he's so much fun. He's so much fun.
I really like Xenos as well, and also Lise. Eventually, I will get him. I'm just going to get a shirt made that just says Lise is a Scion, and we're not going to put it on the store because if we did, no one would buy it. But I'm going to get one for myself.
Just tally that biz, do both.
Just remind everybody that Lise is a Scion. And
did anyone tell Lise that the Scions broke up? She might still be the only Scion in that case.
Well, she technically left of her own accord, but this is just what
she never turned in her badge and her weapons. Maybe she's still.
By default, discount popularly hated Final Fantasy characters because I had to live through so much Xenos and Lise hate through Stormblood. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with these characters. They're perfectly fine. That, yeah, going forward, that's why I will always find unique characters to hate, like Elidibus and Kentenram. I don't know why everyone complains about Wuklamot when Kentenram is right there being completely useless.
I am with you 100%. I hope they flesh out his character in any way in this next patch, because that dude showed up and then got gonked on the head and then stood around. That man did nothing of value.
He couldn't even die to be interesting.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, we're all just one cutscene away from liking somebody. I mean, think of old Jafarja. Like he's living his best life in another dimension, stealing video game assets to try to take over the world. Hell yeah! Let's see more of him.
For me is like the opposite of Elidibus. Like I spent my entire playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV just shitting on La Habrea, and chat would cheer. They're like, "Yeah, he sucks." And then I get the Pandemonium. I'm like, "Oh my god, he's one of my favorite characters."
Yeah, it's still fun to say that he sucks though, because he is kind of an asshole.
He's absolutely an ass. Yeah,
that's like a thing they do though. Is you'll be like, oh, this character kind of sucks, and then you'll get one scene. You're absolutely right, and you'll be like, oh, damn.
I assume
I was wrong.
Well, remember what happened to me the other day when we were playing Monster Hunter Wilds, and I was like, this guy's a psychopath. Is this guy a murderer or something like that? What the hell's wrong with this guy? And everyone's like, Kyle, what the shit? Why would you target this character like that? And then we found out it was the voice actor who originally played Shinji. And I was like, oh, that's why I'm getting confused.
Wow.
And sometimes you just pick up on the wrong vibe. You have a little piece inside you, running free and wild.
Yeah,
just want to pilot the robot.
I have a theory I'd like to share on why like some hated characters like way down the line sometimes get an arc that just like completely changes public perception of them. And I want to bring it up because some people don't like Don True. A lot of people have been like, it's because it's new writers, and they're like throwing new writers under the bus. But I actually think that like be careful with that, because I think the collaborative writing nature of a game as big as Final Fantasy is why the other thing happens, which is like I assume somebody who got a chance to go work on the writing of Pandemonium was like, I actually think La Habrea is a really interesting character. We could do something kind of cool with him. And I don't think you would get that if only one person was writing the entire time and you were just kind of locked in their view of these characters.
And like there's definitely something to be said about the thought process of the writers thinking long term. Well, it may not make us happy immediately, which again, I think this goes back to the experience of back to back to back versus waiting a bunch. But even if the 5.3, Elidibus sucked up into the tower and you're like, yeah, we couldn't kill him, but we trapped him in the tower, got his ass, right? Nowhere in my mind did I think then in Endwalker, the solution to that would be, in order to get to the past, we have to go to him and be like, bro, we need your help. And he's like, fine. Like, I never in my life would I think that's a thing that would happen. But they did it, and it worked so well for me. I was like, I believe this. I get this. Yep. Okay, we're good. I love it. And the fact that he was like, I remember everything now, and let me tell you, like, this is a thing that needs to happen. But if you go back there, you can't change anything. But like, all of that fits so well for me. And then to have it then be the post-story content, be even more of that. They definitely took a character that was kind of like, whatever, and made him into something really cool. And that was post-death, which I thought was pretty interesting way to do that. And so they definitely can nail that stuff, and they definitely can change and mold and craft things based on long-term storytelling. Again, is that the most convenient for players who, want to talk about the game a lot? Probably not. But it definitely shows that long-term thinking is taking place. Yeah, or to what you were saying, very creative writers are coming in and saying, what if we pull on that thread again?
Yeah, going back in to just being like, hey, I think there's some life left in that thread, or some life left in that vein. And I like that. I like that kind of writing. you've even been on in the past when I've been like, they did that in Breaking Bad. So I'm not going to go down that road again. But I'll just remind everybody they admitted that they did that in Breaking Bad, and I get a sense that that happened quite a few times in 14's writing as well.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, excited for someone too. I'm sorry for my Elidibus takes, Elidibus lovers. I understand that. I understand that you're just jealous that I actually enjoyed Pandemonium even more because I didn't like him that much heading into it. So it was even more joyous.
You had 14 seconds left, and so we can spend that now. Pardon my hotkeys.
Again, the timer had nothing to do with my Elidibus take. I didn't even realize we were heading there today. But that's just what happens when Jesse comes to town. Jesse shows up.
When Jesse comes to town.
And I incriminate myself. That's
beautiful.
That's just how it happened. Like, the next time you come on, Jesse, what beloved things can we I'll have like mine. Make me say something terrible about Empire Strikes Back or season 4 of Dexter. You know, find other beloved things that you can dig horrible takes out of me on.
I'll work on that. I'll really work on trying to trap you into saying something terrible.
Beautiful, beautiful. Why have beef?
Yeah. Why have beef with a person when you can have it with a group of people? It's always. Yeah, don't worry. There's nothing you can say right now that will top footage. I was playing Civ 7, and I don't like Civ 7. But anyway, I was playing it, and one of the people who immediately out the gate started attacking me was Harriet Tubman. So there is hours of footage of me being like, God damn it, Harriet Tubman! Get off my chair! I'm like losing my mind at Harriet Tubman, and I'm letting you know, not the best look.
I mean, listen, I've said, Gandhi, you're a piece of shit so many times from past Civ, so, you know, what are you going to do? Gandhi's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
That's rough.
I'm like, she keeps stealing my technology. I'm like yelling at the screen. I was like, I hate you, Harriet Tubman. And so, you know.
I'm here for the cancel Jesse arc. It's going to be a good time. I'm so glad that I'm here for this.
Yeah, like how do you explain that in any reasonable way? Like, look, I was playing a video game and Harry Tubman was attacking me. It's like, yeah, but like, why were you so upset?
Yeah.
It's like, my bad.
Sometimes you get lucky and you just hate Benjamin Franklin, and no one bats an eye. But
I was playing as Ben Franklin at the time, so you know. Wait,
what are you against Benjamin Franklin? What's wrong with Benjamin Franklin?
I'm just saying, no one bats an eye.
Just don't become complimentary about Christopher Columbus. Or, you know, as long as that's where I draw the line.
Or the light bulb asshole. What was his name?
Edison?
Yeah, Edison.
Edison. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that Tesla ripping off butthole.
Yeah, exactly. No one minds that.
How many times are people going to stand on the shoulders of Tesla for personal gain that don't deserve it? Oh, God.
So many. It's never going to end.
Yeah, I'd have 2 nickels, you know?
Yep.
Jesse, you've been really devastated time. Do you have time for some Q&A out of our Discord?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Nurho asks, how do you feel regarding Yoshi P's comments during a Famitsu interview last week that CS3 being, quote, all hands on deck for the base expansion until it is complete before starting development on any patch content, being a part of the reason why the .x patch, or sorry, X.1 patches tend to contain much less content?
I mean, it's an explanation. Like, I don't like, yeah, I mean, okay. I feel like that always seems to be the case, but it feels like a mistake. I don't know. Like,
things can be true. You don't have to like the truth. And that's how I feel about this. I'm like, that's cool. I'm still a consumer of a product, and I
want something good. Yes.
I don't like how the product launches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I'm thrilled that the base game has complete stuff. It tells a story. I love that about it. It's one of the things I love about Final Fantasy XIV as a product, because it's like, yo, you're telling me I don't have to wait another year and a half to get the end of this story. I can get an ending and then we continue and like do some more. Love that. But with that said, 7.1, 6.1, 5, all the 0.1s have been like not as big as I want. If they put all the 0.2 stuff in the 0.1 stuff, people would be a lot happier. If they just would.
Yeah. I think so.
I don't know that they have the team or the money, or like, you know, it's a business. So
yeah. And I also think like for me, like it is something that I pretty strongly believe. Like I believe it would be better if they just reoriented the stuff they're already giving to us. At the same time, I don't think it's a complete deal breaker. Like, I think it's totally fine, and I think as the core demographic of MMO players continue to age, we don't have as much time anyway. Like,
Sure.
So I think for the vast majority of players that enjoy this game, I don't think it's actually that big of a deal. I do think it'd be healthy for the game, but I also don't think it's not gonna kill the game.
I mean, I'm fine with I like if they gave us, for example, the occult stuff in 0.1 and then didn't update it till 0.3, I'd actually be fine with that because it gives me, as a person who doesn't have all the time in the world to play, now 2 full patch cycles to play that content. I'm fine with that. I would be very happy to have that long, like just the ridiculous farming that goes on, have that be, it'd be fine. That would be fine with me. It wouldn't upset me that much if they switched the 0.1, 0.2. So like 0.2 was like, it's a little story stuff and like maybe one boss, so that's fine.
Yeah, I was so heartened seeing folks on social media dunk on that one Monster Hunter tweet over the weekend. That was like 150 hours, bad game. And people were like, you've played 150 hours in 2 weeks. It's kind of on you. Also, why, if you don't like that much, why'd you spend that much time playing? And I was just like, I found my people. The algorithm I have trained it because that's my mentality.
And let's be very clear. MMOs, the audience for MMOs in general is older. It's just the genre is older. Everything about it skews older. It's just, it is what it is. I don't know what the average is, but I'd wager it's 30 or around 30. Most younger, especially Gen Z, MOBA or Fortnite-ish, like they have their online games, but when it comes to MMOs, it's just a different, same thing with the reason why you don't see a lot of RTS games. Like the people who grew up with RTS have aged out of like giving a damn about RTS, and the money's not there, so companies aren't making them.
That's a particularly tough one too, because the skill you need, like the time you need to dedicate to be good at an RTS is, and then also age and reaction speed and
yeah, but I mean, on the MMOs, I mean, like MMOs are the same thing, where it's, you have, depending on what class you're playing, a load of buttons, and you have to be good at pressing those buttons when you're supposed to press them. And it's a lot. When you look at most modern popular games, you got like 4 buttons to press, maybe 5, maybe 6 total. That's it. And that's kind of the space right now.
I would say building in Fortnite is fairly complicated, because it's a big reason why I was like, F this, I'm going to stick with PUBG. but
that's why they got rid of, like, you don't need to do the building now.
Yeah.
There's whole things where there's no building, because they realize that what people want is just running around shooting stuff and getting a winner chicken dinner. Like, that's it. And so it's like it's a different vibe out there. Like, you know, if you are like, I'm curious to see what the mobile game of Final Fantasy 14 is going to be. Not conceptually or gameplay wise, but like, how many buttons you got to press on that damn thing? Where are those buttons going to be? How's that work? A lot of questions.
Well, the
Zero
right-hand
answers.
corner apparently is the answer for the B, where it's going to be.
But like, how can you? That's, you know, you only have so much space on your screen.
Yeah. I don't think of that as necessarily a product for a younger audience, though. I look at it as a product for a non-North American region audience.
Sure. Oh, I'm with you on this completely. Because again, it's still an MMO. I just don't, you know, there's a lot of things to think about when it comes to that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of people trying. I am not from the mobile world. I do not play mobile games. In fact, I got my first mobile game recently because I was so very tired of social media that it just makes me so angry all the time. So I was like, I'll pick up a mobile game. And I happened to pick the one that like absolutely is so Jesse coded. I don't know what I did. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, because I got lured in by boobs. But the plot they have in this game is like,
for academic reasons, I must ask, what game?
All right, so you know, there's many booby related games that exist. However, if I'm caught in public, don't want to be too ashamed playing it. So instead, I went with the game AFK Journey, which is very like not anime, but like Western animation-y anime style. And It's fine. It's mostly a game where you just press things, and I'm trying not to pay for stuff. So straight up, I can't, like, you know, in some PvP things, I just get my ass stomped. Like, I just can't. But one of the things that's happening in it that is so Jesse coded, I don't even care. I'm going to spoil this because I don't care. It's an MMO game, or not an MMO. It's like a mobile game, and the story's like whatever. You know, it's like it's MMO mobile. All the mobile game stories are always like whatever. However, this most recent arc they're doing, how dare they? How dare they do this to me? Because it starts out, you're like, hey, everyone, let's go to this festival up north. And you're like, okay, sure, just give me my cool stuff so I can get better characters, right? And you're just like going along, and you get there, and it's like, let's celebrate the North Festival. Everything looks like Frozen. One of the characters literally looks like the other girl who isn't Elsa. And it's like, come on, let's go. And you do this whole nonsense thing, and you have to like go around and collect pieces for this little stamp card, and whoever gets the most stamps becomes like, I'm the one who lights the festival, the thing at the end when the festival's over. Whatever. So that first night you're there in town, you go to the inn, and they're like, hey man, at the inn we set up a haunted house for some reason. And I'm like, okay. So you go through it, and it's kind of fun. You have to avoid monsters, and you have to go around and collect parts of a painting. And I'm like, all right, this is kind of fun. But at the end, a monster chases you, and when you escape, you're like, man, that haunted house is crazy. And the lady who runs it is like, do you enjoy it? And you're like, oh yeah, that monster at the end was awesome. And she's like, what monster? And I was like, okay. So then the next day you wake up, you go and you do more of the festival stuff. And then at that night, when you go to the bonfire ceremony where they're all doing a dance thing, the not Elsa girl, she's dancing, and a random person grabs her and is like, you should be dead. And then runs off. And I'm like, what the shit does that mean? So now I'm already like full in. And then the festival ends, you light the statue, everyone's like, wow, what a great festival. You go back to bed at the haunted house inn, and the haunted house inn, when you go in, there's no one there now. And you're like, huh. And the woman's like, hey, did you enjoy the haunted house? And you're like, yeah, but no one was in the haunted house this time. She's like, what are you talking about? They're all in there. And you're like, no, I don't think so. So you go to bed, you wake up the next day, and everyone in town is like, yay, can't wait for the festival to start. And you're like, what? And then you are now stuck in a time loop where every time the day resets, there are less people in town and more snowmen in town. To the point where, and this is what got me, and it made me, it's so perfectly Jesse coded. When you start up the game, it has like a load screen, like a title screen. And as you, like for this event, right, when you go through the story, when you first get there, it's like your character and your two little chipmunky hamster sidekicks that are there with you. And you're like building a snowman. And then you meet a new character, and he shows up on the title screen, and he's singing from like a hymn book or whatever. And then you meet another character, and he shows up, and he's playing a lute, and the music on the title screen keeps building and building. Currently, in this time loop, the title screen is literally just 3 snowmen, no music, and wind blowing. I was like, this is so cool. What are they doing? Again, this is a mobile game, and I cannot recommend playing mobile games because it's gotcha as hell. They literally are just like, every time I do anything, like, do you want to buy something? Do you want to buy something? But for some reason, they are, oh no, this man's going down the rabbit hole. For some reason, they are doing a thing that absolutely is blowing my mind right now.
That's cute. That's cute.
And I can't believe it exists. It has kept me away from social media in a way I'm thankful for. But like, it's super wacky and very me-coded, where every time they're like, and we're gonna do something weird. And now I just don't understand. I'm not a big mobile player. And I don't know if I missed out on the cool mobile game trend where they're telling some good stories, but for some reason, this one story they're telling is like really compelling. The rest of the game, no lie. Like the first intro story, if you play this, Garrett, the first intro story is like, a witch burnt down a town. Oh no, let's go find that witch. It sucks. It's so stupid. I'm just like, click, 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 give me my loot. Click, 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 click. But suddenly they're like, now we're gonna tell a good story. I don't know what's going on, but it shows that if you just hook me with a story, I will be in no matter what. Even if it's a mobile game that I definitely, again, do not recommend you download. You'll become an addict like me. Do not do this. But with that said, how we get here. I love a good time loop story. I love a good mystery. I'm like, yes, give me that good stuff. I clearly have missed out. I feel like I have.
What a resounding review.
I
don't care. I love it.
Shameless. It feels completely shameless because I'm like, it's a mobile game, everyone. It feels like I'm advertising Raid Shadow Legends to you. That's what it feels like, and I hate it.
Well, yeah,
but like I can't lie, I'm enjoying it.
But you also kind of sound like you're like, did you know you can walk into Target and just press the buttons on the dinosaurs and they make sound? Like I didn't buy a single dinosaur in Target, but I did walk in there and I pressed every button.
I'm aware of the hypocrisy. You don't have to tell me. I know.
I unfortunately cannot walk into Target and just smell the Pokemon cards. They unfortunately do not let me do that. I cannot get that hit of new paper smell. That is not something I can do.
If anything, it teaches me that I really missed out on, like, I a little bit more understand why the mobile game market is huge, because it isn't just the trash that I think most mobile games are. And admittedly, going in, I was like, oh, this is garbage. Delete. I was like I was saying, just clicking, give me my good stuff.
It's a numbers game. This is like literally everyone has one in their hand. Like, yeah, eventually you're gonna get bored. And that's how I ended up.
I don't know what I did.
Now becoming obsessed with Vampire Survivors because it's a 3.5 hour
I love
flight.
Survivors games. If you're a Survivors fan, pick up Hollow Cure. It's free. It's amazing. It's great.
The objection, placating the audience, because that is the only thing that has been on my Twitter lately, because I also have been spending less time on social media, is I tweeted that I picked up Vampire Survivors and then I had 20 mentions tagging you and saying play Hollow Cure.
Hollow Cure is like Vampire Survivors, except it's like HoloLive themed. I know nothing about HoloLive, although I'm learning, but it doesn't matter.
Didn't you have a whole episode of...
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm literally learning about it as I go. Okay. But when I played that game, I knew nothing, and I didn't care because it's so fun, and it's free. It's literally a free game that is just one of the best I've played in the, like, Survivors. It's right up there with OG Vampire Survivors. It's very well done.
Hell yeah.
I don't know how we got here talking about Final Fantasy.
No
like,
idea
that's my bad. I screwed us completely. Also, someone asked me how much money I've spent. Zero. I will not spend money on mobile games. I refuse. None.
I don't know how we got here. It just means we're podcasting correctly.
You're right.
Well said.
That is it. Let's end on this question. Drasoni asked, because honestly, most other questions like directly was like, what do you think about a Cold Crescent and Nim? And it's like, Jesse spent 30 minutes at the top of the show talking about that. So,
but what do you think? Hold on. What do you think?
I think it looks fun.
They don't care about me. They're here for you.
I was already excited just because I love the aesthetics of that. Like, those are some of my favorite dungeons. I love Ozma, like all that kind of stuff. Rad. I'm more excited now, though, because I completely forgot about the lore of the War of the Magi, and you have reminded me of it. And I'm like, oh, shit, that is really hype. And I love the Tonberry lore and all that stuff. So, yeah, I should probably get back in there. But we're going to end on this, and I think it's a good question.
Garrett! Kyle!
Oh, Kyle, sorry.
I think it was fun. I think it's going to be a good 2 months of content with our community. I think all that looks really fun. The Cosmic, all that business. We got Extreme. We got Arcadian. Like the whole thing is hype as frick. Like in just terms of like stuff to do with everybody.
I cannot wait to get backseated learning how to craft properly, because I really haven't given much of the time of day so far in 14. So it'll be fun. I say that. I'm sure I will probably cause physical mental pain to regular crafters whenever I actually stream crafting in 14.
It's all right.
Yeah.
My tip, don't stream it.
But
actually, best tip, don't even level it. Just go to your guy in your main city and give him stuff. Go to the market board, buy a thing, give it to him, and level up your guy that way. You're welcome.
I do have a lot of money, so I guess I could do that.
Yeah, just go save yourself the time. Don't even level it. Just go and pay someone else to do it for you. It's great.
All right, let's give one that on, because it's in the spirit of the episode. Jasoni asks, bless us all. Give us your most cursed predictions. Short term, long term, don't care. In regards to 14 story and production. Will Y'shtola start turning to the camera and giving ad reads? Does Graha turn heel permanently? Will Xenos come back once in expansion from here on out? Cursed predictions, go.
Kyle?
I mean, I had the one I'm in love with. Like your level of Assemblers of Assemble, I've got one of those. It's that evil Wooklamat. I really want this to happen. I want.
It's not gonna. I want it to.
I know, but I love the idea that Wooklamat realizes how effective killing is, and that it keeps solving all her problems. And she killed the T-Rex. She killed her brother, and it just keeps making things better.
She goes Kira, where Kira's like, I killed the school bully, and everyone's doing better at school now.
So let's kill Evil Sphene. And she was a hologram. Well, that didn't feel good. I like the feeling when I actually kill. And so then she kills the next person. And then Kona gets in the way a little bit. So we stop seeing Kona around here and there. And I don't know, maybe I'm just the head of both he's on vacation. And it just gets weirder and weirder and weirder.
I would love that. That doesn't sound terrible at all. That would be wild.
Okay, because she's just the shonen pro tag. Has any shonen actually had the guts to turn their protagonist evil and keep them there?
In like a non-clone alternate dimension kind of way?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm not talking about like non-canon Dragon Ball movies where Goku's other brother comes down. Like, I don't think any shonen's been able to pull it off. Unless you're talking about something like Death Note where the main character is inherently evil to begin with. Attack on Titan? Oh, okay. We're going to go with the one
Well, wait, hang on.
watched.
That's not...
Is that shonen?
Is it?
I don't know enough about the definition of it.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I just know examples.
Yeah, Garrett's my guiding star on
and
DBZ.
And I'm not an Attack on Titan fan, so I can't help you.
I mean, it was neat, but also like I've got some left field issues with that one. The first season's perfect. It's so beautiful. It's so good. I love that. I love it.
I usually just ask, like, did it show up in a shonen magazine? And if the answer is yes, I'm like, yeah, then it's probably shonen. And it looks like Attack on Titan did in fact run in some sort of shonen magazine.
Interesting. Well, Garrett, what's yours?
I've always thought
yours? Oh wait, did I interrupt the show?
Nothing. No, I was going to talk about Attack on Titan, but I realized it's a Final Fantasy 14 thing we're doing, so I'm going to shut the hell up and let you guys talk about Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah. Oh, and you better be careful too, because if you stick around in the after show, Jesse, we're just going to like do a bonus like Rise of Skywalker roast. So, just be careful. Be careful with your time today. I don't think I have an unhinged one, because I really am anticipating 7.2 to give me a proper heading on where we're going, like anything at all besides other reflections, because that's my main, like, I'm like, it's so obvious that's where we're going, which makes me really excited for the future, because I'm like, you could do so much with that, and I'm really excited to do it. We're going to just go Beasm, and I think that's effing awesome. So I don't really have an unhinged thought. There's been so many times I've wanted them to just like take a character and turn them evil. I think any evil scion would pop off so hard, and I truly don't believe they'll ever do it.
What about pricey old Graha? People are concerned about that. You know, the actor's getting a lot of business. You know, they got evil Graha.
Oh, you think that because of Wicked, they're gonna write out Graha?
You do what they did in Transformers 1 where Steve Buscemi got hit in the throat, and now his Starscream talks like this. You know, we just have Graha.
I think they're just recasting because that's only one dub they're worried about. Like,
well, I mean, they can still have him in the game. He just doesn't have to talk. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, no, he's like Lise. He's doing something. He's stepping off.
He's busy.
Yeah, people be upset, but whatever. He's still around. The worst thing they could do ever is the same thing WoW did after Mr. Pandaria, where they created Warlords of Draenor and then completely scrapped half the expansion and then immediately moved us into another expansion without addressing anything that was done in the last two expansions. Like, the worst thing they could do is by the end of like 7.5, we've already completely used all the reasons for the key. And then we move on completely. That is absolutely the worst thing. Like setting up all this important stuff and then ending it quickly and being like, we're moving on. We're doing something completely different. Would be at the worst.
You're taking Cursed in like a whole, just like straight up Cursed, no fun allowed situation.
You wanted it. I gave it to you.
That's
That would
fair.
be the worst.
I think the spirit of the question is, you actually think it'll happen, though? Do you think that will actually happen?
I mean, I hope not. Again, it goes back to Rise of Skywalker. Like, I hope they continue to do what they've always done, which is ignore people. I know that sucks as like from a fan perspective, which is, please work on something good. We're patiently waiting. But for the most part, they just ignore people and tell their story. When it comes to mechanics, when it comes to that kind of thing, please listen. I think that's very important. But when it comes to the story you're telling, absolutely tell your story the way you want to tell it. Don't listen to fandoms who are like, it should be this way, because it always ends up terrible. There's never been a great example of like, the fandom came in and saved the day. Like, nah, I don't know if that's true when it comes to storytelling.
I completely agree, and it's why I respect The Last Jedi and I hate The Rise of Skywalker, because I'm like,
yeah,
did
The Last Jedi went
that
for
movie
it,
go the way I
least.
wanted? No, but I at least felt that there was a vision behind it, and it feels like a movie, not a boardroom meeting.
I'm with you. Like, Last Jedi I have a lot of problems with, but it feels like someone sat down and wrote it like a story they wanted to tell versus, trying to cram 2 movies into 1 movie and then a bunch of other, just terrible. And I think that's my biggest fear, is that all of this pushback from the fandom about the game. I honestly, I'm very curious what the Japanese fandom thinks as well, because I feel like they have much more of a say than we do. But I hope they ignore everyone who's saying they don't like this character or that character or whatever, and they just tell the story they want to tell. Because obviously, as we've seen, they've done that in the past, and they've done weird things like Warriors of Darkness and then brought them back in a way that people were like, Artbird's my boy, when you know that those same people 4 years earlier were like, this is trash.
All right. So going off that, we can still do this. So the key, we keep the key, we defeat the baddies, but we're keeping the key. But it's revealed that it takes way too much energy, a la Souls, to even make the damn thing work. It's completely useless for interdimensional fusion, hopping, Yashchola getting a date with her boyfriend. Any of it. It's all off the table. And
they changed direction completely.
And we don't even like put it away. We don't even put it away in like the Indiana Jones vault. Like, we just like, it sits in our pocket and rots.
No, it's destroyed. It's destroyed.
Oh, it's destroyed. Well, I was about to wait, but then Warriors of Darkness, Evil You shows up and says, you don't have what it takes to wield the key. Whips it out and starts using it. Now you got to chase him. Now you got to chase him across the dimensions.
You wake up in your in room and you look in the doorway and it's a shadowy figure, and they tell you that, and they hold up and you see in the hand
and they got the key.
Have the key, and they pour it out of existence, and bad things start happening. And that's the cliffhanger.
And there we go. And everyone was mad as hell, but if they would have just not played for 4 years, they would have been happy. But damn,
this isn't cursed now, though. This is awesome.
We did it.
Yeah.
See?
but that's it shows you can take something people are like, I don't like this, and then immediately be like, we have a good way to save that. It's possible, as long as you do it your way and you tell your story instead of being like, the people like this, so I guess next patch, Wuck Labat gets thrown in a pit. Like, did you not have something to tell with that character? You just got rid of? Again, I sat through a movie where Chewbacca was killed and then brought back to life in the next minute. And then the same movie, 3PO was killed and then brought back to life a minute later. I hate that movie. Hate it. I cannot let you.
Angry about it.
I forgot about that. I actually don't remember Chewbacca at all.
He blows up in a thing and they're like, no, he didn't. He's fine.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah.
Terrible.
All of I love Kylo and I love Rey so much. And they're just like, what if we just like reset their fucking characters to like
and made them fall in love? By the way, did you forget that Kylo killed his dad and then tried to kill his mom, and the whole point of his character was he was like, kill the past? Like, that was it. And he's like, no, actually,
give me my mask back.
Now.
Give me my mask back.
Also, did you remember that we made all these Knights of Ren? I didn't either. Anyway, I'm gonna kill them now. Like, what an absolute shit movie. That is honestly what I think the worst case scenario would be, is if they straight up were just like, in order to appease people, we're going to give them the things they want, and the things they want, they realize now kind of suck.
Okay, actually, I do think this will eventually happen, and I do think it is fairly cursed.
Okay.
Bringing back Emmett in some way, shape, or form. It's such a good, such a good send off.
As long as it resolves the bird situation. If the result of it is we finally have an answer to what
the stork.
If we finally have an answer to what that bird is, then I'm fine. If that's what they do, if they give us an answer, a definitive answer, totally fine.
I think
I'd be like, all right.
It is like vibrations level of possible that Emmett comes back in some shape or form.
I hope they don't ever.
And I think it would be an absolute cursed decision.
I'm still of the thought that the shoe bill is not Emmett at all, but in fact, ourselves watching ourselves. It's the ASM thing. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I believe that.
And crapola as a postscript to this entire conversation, as I thought we were wrapping up, we did not talk about what I think is the wildest theory on the internet coming out of the trailer, which is that the voiceover is Hythlodaeus.
Huh?
Oh yeah, the opening.
Kyle made me aware of this.
Huh? Hold on. What?
Oh yeah,
Kyle, can you introduce this?
Well, the opening. Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment.
Can I do you one? Okay. All
right. Wait, you got it ready? You got it queued up?
I prepared something. Yeah. Here, just take a listen.
Okay.
Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. Who you are,
no way.
perhaps,
No way.
but I am
It's an
far
interesting
less
idea.
infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
I
Maybe same voice actor, not same character.
I think some people just think British people sound similar.
Yeah, there's no way. That's not him at all.
Yeah, I can see how you get there, but no. Like, just
it sounds like the same voice actor for sure, but I don't think that would be Hythlodaeus. And if it was, I don't know how that makes any sense at all. Like that dude.
Yeah.
I guess in theory, if you wanted to make it work, you could say because of the timey-wimey stuff happening within the 9th, that when he and Emmett were like, bye, see you later, and he's like, oh, don't be a sore butt, and then they like go away, I guess potentially he could have been reborn, but because time is different, is now like a kid.
No, please no, please no, because then we get into like, I thought this form would please you kind of bullshit. And like, yeah, I've got one of these too, and like this one's kind of like the imagery of this one's kind of interesting that I saw. All right, you see that? There's been a lot of reading into this particular frame.
What was the reading into?
Those are wings. The imagery is wings coming out of the head. That is the top of the, preservation-like figure. And in this final shot,
the man's shoulders.
Yes, become the wings in this final shot, and it's alluding that that Sphene is a long lost Medion sister, all along.
Oh, that is.
Did you come up with this?
I did not. No, someone else.
That is a massive reach.
I think it's fun as hell.
Such a reach.
I think it's fun as hell, but I don't personally believe it. And
if anything, this goes to say exactly what we were talking about. That there's just a lot of time in between patches.
That might be. Yeah, that might be. And it
but also can I just say that I love that that some people are actually using that time to just have a fun cook. Because other people are using that time to just continuing to complain about characters they don't like. And I would so much rather someone go, the shoulders are behind the head, kind of look like wings. Medion confirmed that.
And
I'm
it's
like,
so much fun because
I want to be friends with you.
And just go down that road and be like, okay, so like one of the satellite sisters came back, but it took a long time, or maybe it attached itself to the spaceship.
And became queen.
Yeah, and projected into a city of robots in a different dimension that they got to somehow. I mean, there are multiple, maybe
That just negates everything we did, though. Like, we saved all the, but like one sister was like, no, I don't want to. I'm going to go to the knife and cause all sorts of trouble.
I'm not going to congeal. I don't want to cry on the rain
I don't
field.
even want to.
I mean, stuff like that could be fun, but I don't want to be part of like the main story. Like make it like a trial series or a raid or something.
It's a really fun idea, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, like
the fact that it's literally just because of that one shot, it's so funny to me because in the wide, it's just a man like, I'm back here being evil. And yeah, all right, sure. I think it's cute.
Fly away.
I mean, if anything, that's like, here's the person behind it all. But I also don't understand how a little child's behind it all. Something like, I just don't know where this is leading to. I hope it's not one of those, well, you know
wait,
what?
hang on. Okay.
You've got an interview with the vampire situation. You know, you could pull that out.
I mean, that's Final Fantasy XI. Spoilers.
Oh, wow.
Very interview with the vampire situation going on in that game. Where it's like, I'm a little boy, but also, I'm 12,000 years old.
Right.
That's a thing. So, it's possible we could get some sort of thing, but then it would be another Ascian situation, and I'm always like, if we're done, we're done. Let us be done with them.
I mean,
but I feel like we're not.
I don't think you could still plug your neck into the computer and live for a really long time. Your preservation, you got to preserve. You got to live a really long time, and it made you young because of all the sweet, sweet ether juices of the people that are dying, and you're taking their ether.
What if that little boy is our Vivi? Oh my God. He's not real. That's not a real kid.
But doesn't he go to the Pinocchio dimension and become real?
No. He's not a real kid. He's not like, he's not real. I'm just saying, what if this kid is like, I'm an AI, but I'm a little child and I run everything in the city. Just saying.
I think that's what they're dabbling in with Evil Sphere. I think Evil Sphere is like an AI approximation of Sphere that they then were like, all right, now devious mode. So
I don't know. What if he's a digital kid? Digital kid.
The digital kid.
My favorite pop punk band from the
I was about to say,
90s.
Digital Kid sounds like a great pop punk album at least. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw them on for Green Day in '98.
The Dookie tour with Digital Kid. Hell yeah.
Well, this was exactly as fun as I was hoping it would be, with a lovely side venture into a 14 take that will keep me abused by the 14 playing public for years to come.
It's perfect.
So
I absolutely wasted everyone's time. I'm so thrilled. I talked about the most random stuff. Just very excited to have been involved. Yeah.
You gave us an entire history on the War of the Magi.
That, admittedly, that was in the first, I don't know, let's say 20 minutes. After that, the rails were just
gone. The rest
gone.
of it was paying the dues, man.
Yeah, we were like Doc Brown, where we were going, we needed no roads. I took us to space. I don't know where the hell we went there.
It's a cooking podcast. What do you expect? You never know where this is going to land.
Except you showed up expecting like a nice roast, and I gave you sushi.
Well, the first course was nice, though. You know, it got a little weird after that.
You got we got an experimental dessert. You know, we're not sure if it's ready for the menu, but it was nice to get the preview.
I'm glad.
Well, before we wrap up the podcast proper, Jesse, you've got a new Realm Reborn video releasing this week.
That is the plan. While everyone's stuck being an idiot not having Final Fantasy XIV on Monday, guess who's uploading a video? This guy. It's the Realm Reborn video. It's going to be the story of a Realm Reborn. So if you have friends who want to play, but you're terrified they'll start playing a Realm Reborn and quit, make them watch this video and then all the other videos that I have, and then they can join you in Heaven's Ward and enjoy themselves.
It's the perfect plan.
Heck yeah. Also, damn it. My wife literally asked me personally to make that video for her. So I'll be like,
and
sorry.
now you don't have to.
You can just watch Jesse.
You don't have to.
Although you probably could make a more applicable version to the person you know significantly better than I do. But what am I send it my way.
A good husband that makes a very pinpointed video for one person, or a soulless content creator that tries to make it, more enjoyable for a wider audience.
Soulless, always soulless.
Yeah, exactly.
The leader of
Garlean Empire.
Soulless, yeah. Did I just realize that's what his name was? Stop. His name is Soulless, dude. And he's not a real, he's an Asian?
I am fairly certain I made like a joke about that like the first time we saw the character because I wasn't sure how to pronounce it. And I'm like, oh, this is like me naming a character when I was 13. Just like bad guy.
I can't believe that just hit me now. All right.
I look forward to your video about that real
guys, did you know?
Yo.
Oh, freaking fantastic. Well, follow us everywhere. Make sure you're subscribed here on YouTube at Grinding Gear. And Kyle, if you got that graphic ready, huge thanks to our patrons supporting us over at supportourbromance.com. Thank you so much, everybody. Shout out to our legendary level backers and our latest patrons. Really appreciate it. Supportourbromance.com. It'll take you straight to our Patreon. Go check it out. And that'll bring us to the end of the podcast proper, which means it's aftershow time.
Aftertoe shine.
Which means Jesse is free to leave at any moment.
Oh, yes, we've kept you. So
go on. Are you going to talk about Star Wars? Can we roast stuff?
Yeah. Let me hold on.
What does your after show consist of? What are you doing?
I'm ripping on Star Wars, apparently.
You don't have to.
I saw that movie and I do not remember a thing about it, and I'm happy.
That's because it's truly terrible.
Yeah.
It's the only Star Wars movie I don't own. I own Andor and Obi-Wan on 4K.
Andor is perfect. So I get that. I understand that. Season 2 coming in April.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah. Garrett made a promise that Jesse is cashing. Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of a movie I've been more disappointed by. Maybe Independence Day Resurgence, but I didn't have as much hope for that movie.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I thought that movie was going to be bad going in. So when it was bad, I was like, yeah, that was bad.
Yeah. That one bothered me because I'm like, well, Independence Day is already dumb, so maybe I'll have fun with this because I like Independence Day, but I know it's a dumb movie. And I'm like, oh my God, they somehow out-dumbed it in a way that isn't fun. But yeah, Rise is bad. Obi-Wan is just fine, Bill. Now I am a big enough prequel fan to admit that I just like Obi-Wan because of my prequel fandom. It is not a particularly well-made show. But.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rise just sucks, man. It's a bad movie. Bad movie. And it's really, honestly, it soured me on Abrams more than anything else. Everyone blames all sorts of different things. Like people blame Rian Johnson because of Last Jedi. People blame Kathleen Kennedy. People blame just the handling of Lucasfilm in general. And I'm like, no, I blame Abrams. Abrams just fired off a bunch of random mystery box bullshit in The Force Awakens with no plan where any of it was going to go. And it's his fault.
And it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
I still don't know what the hell Maz's character was about. I don't know what that was. I have no answers. They just were like, she's very important, and then never shows up again.
Oh, that's my favorite. Like, never get. I'm a big fan of TikToks that are just collections of MCU post-credit stingers that will never get resolved. But my favorite never gets resolved is that one scene from Force Awakens with Luke's lightsaber in Maz's like cantina where she goes, "That's a story for another time," and we never get that story.
We'll never get that story.
In more than 9 hours of filmmaking, we never get that story.
Look, I feel like I've been subjected to it so much over the course of my life that I when I see it happening, I get viscerally angry. Like I think it started because I was a huge fan of Lost, which again, J.J. Abrams, and that man loves to mystery box you and then not deliver. And that's all that show was. And then I had the exact same problem with God, there's so much of it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Just the idea of, hey, it's a mystery and you're going to love this, but we're never going to address it again. Like, that's the biggest betrayal to me. I hate that.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, all right, I bought in. I'm in. This is like, back to that mobile game I was talking about. If the end of this is stupid, I'm going to be like, I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. I thought this was gonna be cool, and this sucks. You suck. Like, oh, I know what I'll, because it makes me so mad when people do like, we're gonna tell you the greatest mystery ever. Just kidding. Hate that.
There's, yeah, I don't know. Everything's different because sometimes I'm like, Dexter, a show I love, but kind of blows after season 4.
Sure.
But for some reason, I'm like, I'm okay with it. I'm like, I had such a fun time with that 4-season journey that I'm fine. I just rewatched it for like the first time since it originally aired because of the prequel series, which is surprisingly not terrible. I was like, I'm gonna go back and watch up through season 4, and I just completed it. I'm like, damn, yeah, it is pretty good television. But then there's Game of Thrones, where I'm like, I hate that ending so much. I cannot imagine a world where I revisit any Game of Thrones, even the good shit. Like, it salted the earth for my enjoyment of that franchise.
I got by Game of Thrones. Like, I think I trust too much. Like, I'm too trusting. Game of Thrones had one of the absolute, I think we can all agree, worst endings in the history of TV. But the fact that they made House of the Dragon, I was like, all right, like, I'm not gonna watch it. Then my mom messaged me and she was like, it's really good, you're gonna like it. So I watched the first season and I loved the first season. Like, I loved it. And the second season, nothing happens. It is a season where nothing occurs. Like, literally all the main characters, they separate them, and then they sit in the same place the entire season. They took an amazing character, Doctor Who, they took his ass, they took Matt, put him in a castle, and he does nothing. He's the most interesting character. He did nothing for an entire season. And the entire season's like, war's coming. It's gonna happen. There's gonna be a huge war. And the last scene of the last episode of the season is people marching off to war. I was like, literally nothing. I've never been so upset. And I was like, they got me again. They can't keep doing this to me. I keep falling for it. I was like, I'm not gonna watch season 3 because you guys are gonna do something else stupid that I'm gonna hate. Like, I was so upset. I was like, oh, why do I do this to myself? It's Marvel Man in the Ocean. Literally, I guess in the most recent movie, they finally went back to it. But I'm so burnt out from Marvel movies sucking that I haven't even seen the newest one. I was like, I'll wait till it's on TV. I don't even care. Like, how dare they? But they do. So.
What's the newest one?
The new Captain America.
Oh,
haven't seen it
right.
yet.
Okay.
Haven't seen it either. I was like, yeah, I don't want to be bummed by another Marvel movie.
Same.
Like, I go in so happy.
I'll watch it at home. I'm too skeptical to see a Marvel movie in the theater at this point.
They've had so many misses that I'm like, I'm not gonna pay theater prices to go see your movie I'm not gonna like anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah, I do like Anthony Mackie. I'm so stoked that they're doing another season of Twisted Metal because I really liked that show.
Yeah. I mean, like, I have no problem with the core concept of the movie. I just don't believe they'll nail it. Like, part of me just feels like whatever they tell me about the movie, I absolutely don't believe that they'll nail it in a good way. I'll be like, all right, I'll wait. Till it might be a great plane movie. I got to do a lot of traveling. Might be a good plane movie. Like, I'm fine. I don't care.
Yeah. Some of it's been good. I'm with Farley. I really enjoyed Agatha all along. Loki is, for me, like some freaking peak Marvel shit. That second season of Loki was amazing.
That was fun. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's what we were dancing around the whole time. I've had this thought, and I didn't want to bring it up on the show because I'm like, we're already approaching 3 hours. I'm not going to deploy this thought. But like, when you were saying, like, don't listen to the audience, I'm like, it goes for that. But like, also, like, don't listen to the boardroom. Because like, I look at, like, Marvel has had this fall off, and I think it's because it feels like it was written via committee. And you hear about a lot of reshoots, and reshoots are not always a bad thing. Like, sometimes you just need the damn reshoots. But like, that's how I look at it. I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine, I liked it. Kind of, you were like, it was fine, like, varying degrees. But I think it kind of had the sauce, like on the level of older Marvel films. I
think it promised too much in the first act, and then number 2 farted off with the same characters for too long. That was it. Like, I thought the rest of it was blast.
Fair. It's fair. Yeah, I don't want to litigate the quality of Deadpool. I was just trying to, in a bucket quickly. But yeah, like, I don't think you should listen to fans. And I think you should also be careful how many cooks you have in the kitchen. I think there's a fine line. And I think for the most part, I think 14 does a good job. I think there's enough cooks in the kitchen that you might get an interesting perspective on a character that a single writer might look over. And that's I don't think. Yeah, so far I haven't gotten the vibe the 14's written by committee or overly reacting to fans. Because I made a joke at the end of our Dawn Trail, our final Dawn Trail MSQ video, Kyle. Did I get included? I made a joke that they're gonna send Wook Lamont to Lease jail.
Oh yeah, like that made it in there.
We're never gonna see her again.
That was in there. Yeah.
Was my joke. And 7.1 was full of Wook Lamont. And I was like, hell yeah, you do you, tell the story you want to tell. Even if I was like, I didn't really want to head back to like Tulio Lol for most of the patch. I was just like, still, I was like, all right, cool. At least like, may not be on board for the story, but I'm glad that you're sticking to your guns and continuing on with the story that you want to tell.
Yeah, no, they included Wook Lamont in the trailer purposefully for that reason, to be just, set expectations, to make sure everyone knows they're still a part of the story.
I think so.
No, what didn't make the final cut was that I looked up one of the writers for Dawn Trail, known for writing Dawn Trail, known as additional crew for Shadowbringers, and known as the lead writer on Nurse Love Obsession. And this is the extent of their IMDb credits. They also wrote in 2015 Nurse Love Addiction.
Is that an anime? Oh, it's a game.
Yeah, I assume a game.
That is the kind of thing I am afraid to Google, just for the record. So,
first off, I did.
Step 1 completed.
It's about following a ditzy girl trained to become a nurse. Is the story. Here's what I'll say: don't read too much into stuff like that, because if you were to do that, you would note that Soken, before really picking it up in the world of Final Fantasy, was making like the soundtrack to 3-on-3 basketball games. So like,
yeah, absolutely.
Although I will say, if you find the soundtrack to that 3-on-3, I'm not sure exactly what it's called. That soundtrack's fire. I went and I looked at it and I was like, oh no, he was talented back then. He was good. So, don't necessarily.
From humble beginnings. Exactly.
Yeah, and everyone comes from somewhere.
And that's why I didn't include it in the video, because I was like, you know what? I hope for them. I hope for them. Because this is a big deal. And then you got like game content designer, Heaven's Ward, Shadowbringers quest designer. Like, they got some writers there that know their stuff and been around for a long time on Dawn Trail.
Yeah, my curiosity is like, I'm curious if the writing team that worked on Shadowbringers and Endwalker have because they're around, but they're doing something, and I'm wondering if they're doing Final Fantasy 17.
That's interesting.
That conflicts with the thing I've been told. I don't know if this is true, but that there's 2 teams for Final Fantasies, and every other game is a.
Yeah, because they have to work. It literally, they can't possibly work one game and then another game and then another game. There's not enough time.
Yeah.
So they definitely have 2 teams. I mean, WoW had that. They had an A team and a B team, and the reason why, going back to the conversation we were having about Warlords of Draenor, is there was an A team and a B team writing WoW, and the A team, which was Metzen and all them, went off to go write whatever the hell the original Overwatch was supposed to be, and they left the B team in charge of WoW. And then when Overwatch fell apart and there was no story, A team came back and took over. And that's why a lot of characters like what's his face, the Black Dragon guy, the Black Prince,
Rathian,
was a main character in Pandaria, and then gone. Like, just gone. Because he wasn't the baby of the A team. He was the baby of the B team.
Oh, my biggest one of those is Jaina, because she had the almost turned evil, got the white hair moment, and then shows up for one scene in Pandaria, and you're like, but what's going on with Jaina?
I'm telling you, dude, Jaina was a dreadlord. I don't care what anyone says. That was going to happen.
They didn't hear
Jaina died.
Yeah.
Jaina had died, and she was, I'm telling you, but whatever. It has that. There's definitely that.
Well, and so what made me believe it too is I played Final Fantasy 12, haven't beaten it, but that's essentially, they're like, wait, what's that? Well, we can use all our same story. Well, let's keep going. Let's just put that all over 14. Let's do this.
Yeah. There's I'm not sure if this translates to 14, but throughout Squaresoft and Square Enix's life cycle, they've done this. So like the teams that, if you look at the teams that were working, there's probably a graph somewhere on the internet. I bet there is. But like in the beginning, there was the team that worked on Final Fantasy 2 was not the team that worked on Final Fantasy 3. It went like 2, 4. So there was teams working, and they did. It's like the Final Fantasy 2 team went off to go make like, I think it was Final Fantasy Legends. They ended up doing all the romance games. And then you have this other team that's working on. So as you're going through, that's why, for example, Final Fantasy 4 is very story heavy, but Final Fantasy 5 is very mechanics heavy. Final Fantasy 6 is a blend of the two, but Final Fantasy 7 is its own thing. Final Fantasy 8's its own thing, and they all kind of come together again for 9. And then like there's just different teams working on different things, but it's still under the same banner. And I feel like that's what's happening here, is that each expansion, the Romancing Saga series is what the 2 team went on to do. But like, I think that's each expansion, because you can't write a whole story, program a thing, create all the assets over the course of 2 years. They're definitely working on 9.0 right now. I mean, like, it may be early going, but they're working on it for sure.
How do we get there? Star Wars? What was it?
Somehow.
Oh, yeah.
No, we were just just talking about the dangers of
We
listening
reversed ourselves. We went from 14 to Star Wars in the podcast, then went from Star Wars to 14 here.
Yeah. JJ has no recent director credits. I think Rise did some damage.
I think everyone just kind of caught on. It was a great system. It was a great con. He did it,
I mean, I don't know. None of it makes sense to me, but bless. I guess he made his bag and got out. But I don't understand. I don't understand what the call was there. Just terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Chrono Trigger?
No, it's pretty high on our list of things we desperately want to find a way to play together, even if it's just like, let's sit on a couch and just pass the controller back and forth and just divvy up reading out loud. But
it's very good. Very good game.
Yeah. Came up recently because I guess they were saying they're going to make a big deal of the 30th anniversary this year.
I hope so.
But it's Square, so how big of a deal will they really make out of it? Because it's Square.
I must stress, every time they have a pop-up shop here in LA every once in a while for Final Fantasy merch. And every time I go, it's the exact same merch every time. And it's always Final Fantasy VII stuff. And maybe a few Dragon Quest things. But, like, it's never what I want it to be. I'm like, yo,
Their
here's
merch,
cool Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Their merch is never great.
Their merch is so weak. Like, exceptionally weak. It's either, like, 2 options of t-shirts, which is something you can buy, or it's a luxury watch with a Final Fantasy 16 theme. And you're just like, well, that's $16,000, so I'm not going to buy that.
Yeah.
And your 2 t-shirt designs aren't really doing it for me. So,
like, none of it makes sense to me what they do. Like, Final Fantasy VII, for example, had so many crazy in-game posters and in-game outfits, and they literally could have made those real and just sold them, and people would have bought them. And they don't. They just don't do it. Instead, they make, like, here's a $16,000 bracelet that Cloud would have worn. And you're like, huh? None of that makes sense to me. Meanwhile, you have all these, like, amazing... Yeah, the Final Fantasy 14 guitar. Bless it. That thing's fine. But, like, that's a $5,000 guitar. There's so much that they don't know how to sell mid-tier stuff. They just don't.
Are you
it
saying,
blows my mind.
Are you saying there's not enough mid-tier content? Is that what you're suggesting?
There really isn't. Yeah. I would go in there and absolutely create so much crap. It would be out of control, the amount of stuff I would make. I just don't understand why they don't do that.
Yeah, why can I buy 17 Chainsaw Man shirts at Hot Topic, but I can't find, like, a Chocobo plushie? Like,
what's even crazier to me is they're like, guys, our brand new Uniqlo thing is happening. I'm like, cool. And then you look at it and it looks like they just took clip art and threw it on a shirt. I'm like,
some of those designs are cool. I'll push back. Some of those designs are cool, but mostly
some of them are
dresses.
cool. Some of them are straight up
boned. The dude fashion there, we got absolutely reamed. It's so phoned in. But yeah, the dresses look nice.
I mean, the whatever that is, the one you were talking about, absolutely. Those dresses look cool, and if you're a Black Milk fan, bless. But yeah, they don't really.
That wasn't Uniqlo. That was Black Milk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they don't really do.
Yeah.
You know, like again, just a t-shirt. All the t-shirts they have are usually FanFest t-shirts, and that's fine. But if you didn't go to FanFest, I don't know why you'd get one.
Also, I went to FanFest, and it was very hard to get one.
Yeah, there's so many things. Like, honest to God, if they wanted to make a buck, when they sell those outfits with like the beanie and stuff, just sell the beanie and give the outfit in game for free. You wackadoos, just do that.
Or
like,
sell the beanie and have a code for the in-game item with the beanie.
Yeah, you like when you buy the book or whatever, you get the beanie and then you now have or like, here's our jacket or whatever. The only places I see these things are in China for some reason. Like, the Chinese market for all the Final Fantasy stuff is awesome looking. They got jackets and cool stuff. I'm like, well, that's not here though. That's China. And it's not even Square Enix. It's whatever brand they work with there. And I never understood that. And I just don't get it.
Yeah.
But I guess they don't want to make a bunch of money. I'll help them.
They hate
I
money.
would take the time. I'd go give 1 month of my life to redesign all their merch. I'd be like, let's sit down. We're going to just start selling merch, guys. I'd do it for free.
I cannot wait for the future Jesse Cox video titled Final Fantasy needs to be more mid.
I've talked about this before. It needs mid merch. Everything's either cheap plastic or the most expensive $16,000 statue you've ever seen in your life. There's nothing in between. I don't understand it. It's so crazy to me.
Nope. I agree.
They're like, our new brand deal with Cartier, Final Fantasy watch, $12,000. You're like, who is this? There's clearly an executive at Square Enix who's just thrilled about this deal. He's like, guys, we're very important. It's like when
I don't know if I mean, he has some expensive watches.
That's true. I don't know if it's if you were in the space. I'm gonna assume no, but there was a time period where Final Fantasy 13 would advertise with Versace, and there was literally, I remember being in Vegas at the time. I was there for an event, and there were in one of the hotels. It might have been Bellagio. There was an entire area that had giant billboards and things with lightning holding like purses and being like, what are you trying to sell us? You think the Final Fantasy fans are going to be like, yeah, that's what I need. That. Like, no. If you're going to make a purse, make it like some sort of, I don't know, Tonberry backpack. There's so many things you can do. This is bottom of the barrel. I'm scraping. I'm not even trying. Oh, it was Louis Vuitton. It was Louis Vuitton. My bad.
How could you?
I don't know it either. So, you know.
I want to be clear. I do think that's kind of cool. Like, it's out way out of my price range, but I do think that's kind of neat that should exist. But more stuff in a different price bracket would be nice.
That's like, again, there's no just here's our $25 t-shirt. It just doesn't exist.
Like, they did a Black Ops Jeep. I'm not going to buy it, but there are plenty of Black Ops t-shirts at Target. I can't get any Final Fantasy merch is so slim.
I'm trying to find the lawn furniture and see what price that was.
That was so, like, what the why? Why?
I don't understand why they didn't do that when Final Fantasy 15 came out. That was the whole point of that game.
I mean, I
don't remember any of that.
It was for Dontro, which was like outdoorsy. I get that, but like, where were the Shadowbringers tissue box? You know, like they didn't do a Shadowbringers, tie-in activation.
The Dawn Trail, all of it was about tourism and about coming on a vacation. If they had vacation themed stuff, but they did camping themed, which I get. It's like a vacation from a home, but also it's not vacation themed. There's nothing that screams Tuliolol about green camping gear. I don't. Oh, 15 had a camping gear collab? I missed that clearly.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
All right, so they were just lighting an old fire again, visit an old flame. Want to get some tarps and tents.
The lack of official Tiki mugs enrages me.
Yeah, there's something. There's like people crave it. They want it badly, and they just aren't delivering on merch. And I would absolutely be like, let me help you. Yeah, where was the Tyrol Hawaiian shirt? That is such an easy one.
On one of our Dawn Trail streams, I wore my Murloc Hawaiian shirt because I'm like, well, it fits the theme, and I don't have a 14 one.
I don't understand.
Well, I do have actually no, I do have a 14 Hawaiian shirt. They do sell those, but it's not Dawn Trail specific.
Yeah, they have ones that have like cactuars on them and stuff. Like I've seen those before. But
yeah, mine has Chocobo. It's a direct replica of the one you can actually get in game, which I do think is actually kind of cool. But more of that,
and they need more of that. Yes, absolutely. I'm with you.
So much modern fashion in 14. It's like, why don't you sell more of that modern fashion?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I find that interesting.
Yeah, and I saw some of the stuff they're doing at the during the live letter. They showed some of the stuff they're selling at the concerts. I was like, oh, that's fun. But I'm not in Japan, and I'm not going to a concert, so I can't get any of that.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, I would like one of those Primal shirts, but yeah.
The Primal shirt looked awesome. That was cool as hell. Can't get it.
Oh, I got tickets to Distant Worlds for their Tampa stop, and
nice.
I'm curious what the merch game will be like there, if it even exists.
I will say that I went to the one in LA, and we were going to go check out the merch, and the line was so long. All it does is prove people want stuff. Sell them things. You have a fan base that is so excited. Honestly, the one thing that really got me is the keyboard mouse they showed. I was like, okay, that's fun. The mouse pad alone, I was like, all right, I like that mouse pad. But again, it's like that's bottom of the, like, it's a mouse pad, you know?
Yeah. I want just anime figs. Like, anime figs are really common. Just make more of them. Like, the only figures that exist are like the $300 ones, or you got to buy a collector's edition. Like, where's just like make every freaking Scion. Put out a new one when they get a new costume.
Yeah.
Like, just sell them. Just sell the figures. Yeah.
I just wanted to go look because I'm so curious. When it comes to Final Fantasy 14 merch online, I was like, I wonder what they're currently selling. 271 items are being sold. And as I can see right now, most of it, as far as I'm aware, I don't know why Clive Rossfeld is on here as the first thing listed, but like, bless. It's the numbers are kind of the same. But they have the Warrior of Light messenger bag. They have that regulator thing. They have an Ancient Mask Wave 2. They have a giant Chocobo plush cushion. A bunch of bowls for animals. They have
and I'm to the camping gear already.
Camping gear.
Halfway, not even halfway down.
Lots of camping gear. You can make grilled cheese sandwiches. That's awesome. The LPs, I love a good LP. Big fan of that. But a lot of messenger bag things. They have the 10th anniversary Primals stuff, but I just like the other Primal shirt better. And then most of it is keychains. So many keychains, buttons. Again, this is what I don't understand. Dawn Trail is set in a tropical environment. Why is the merch hoodies? I'm looking at 2 Dawn Trail hoodies right now. Why? Why is it hoodies? It's a tropical environment. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't know what the thought. Then they have the coins, and I guess the coins are cool if you're a collector of stuff, but that does nothing for me. More stuff to stick on phones, more stuff. The RPG, more keychains, more. Like, it's just.
What the heck is a cable clip? What is this?
To clip a cable, dude.
Clip a cable.
So I can. Why? Why would I
clip a cable?
Why would I do this?
Because you play games and you have cables.
I do, but they're private in my own home. You know, they're not scandalous or anything, but also, like, I'm not decorating my home cables. That seems like a weird piece of merch.
Yeah, well, you know.
If you scroll down far enough, they've got these Vana, Hythlodaeus, Emmett Selk statue things, but like, you scroll in enough on those images, you're like, This looks like cheap plastic. I don't even
It
know what
does,
this-
yeah. I want the like the quality anime statues and like
Yeah, that's what I want.
You should have like 7 Emmets and like 3 Hitlodeuses in different poses and different.
Yeah.
Like I guess Hitlodeus doesn't really have other costumes, but Emmet does.
They do have a statue-esque version, the whatever that is, the action arts of Alicent Alphino, which is fine. But then the more you scroll down, you're like, okay, we've got other things, but nope, they're just standees.
Yeah.
They're just little stand. It's like, okay. And then they even have towels on here. It's like, yo, you can get a towel. I'm like, oh, you know what? A Final Fantasy towel would be kind of fun. Except they're those mini towels that are barely a towel, and I have no idea who they're for. And I don't understand. Like, there's just a lot of stuff on here I don't quite.
That would have been fantastic for Dawn Trail. Well, you know what is more
mini
mini
towels,
than a towel? I have a Hearthstone towel that like I got for free at BlizzCon, and I use that thing all the time. I love it. Like they did a good job. It looks like a giant Hearthstone card. It was perfect. I'm like, what a genius, weird piece of merch to make. But
yeah, I mean, even the turntable, I don't. You're clearly paying for the logo because you can get that exact turntable anywhere for significantly cheaper without the logo on it.
oh my god, it's $1,700.
That's so expensive.
That is insane. Okay. Anyway, now we're just saying the price of things and being aghast.
But it's one of those things where I'm looking at it and I'm just like, we could do things like, yeah, sure, having slippers with a Moogle logo on it is fine. But what if you made the actual Moogle ass slippers you have in the game? Why not do that?
What if?
They're right there. I don't understand. I just don't get it.
Very strange.
Yeah. Oh well.
Well, will
Fantasy,
we,
baby.
can we put you down for a post 7.2 podcast? Are we allowed to do that?
Sure.
Oh yeah,
Cool.
I'll come
let's
back
have
and
me
talk.
back. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can gather up the chaps. I think Racer Roll First is finally over, but I think we can get the British. I think the British can come.
Oh Lord,
They're
the
free.
British.
The British are coming.
Ugh. They're gonna talk to us about beans on toast.
No, into that sort of thing sometimes.
Surely there's an equally insane American dish. Surely.
Oh, yeah,
for us
yeah.
it's 100% biscuits and gravy. 100%.
Oh,
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
biscuits
That's,
and
so
gravy.
I'm telling you, that's the same thing that they would tell us about
Because it's
beans
not
on toast,
beans.
dude.
Interesting.
Beans are so sensible. There's nothing sensible about biscuits and gravy. It's just
Nothing, which is why
decadence.
it's American.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Well, thanks for coming on, man. It was a good
Yeah, of
time.
course. My pleasure.
Always
All
fun.
right.
Always
You
fun
guys
chatting narrative with you.
do what you do. Live your lives. Have a good one.
you
You
as
know.
well. Live that life.
Yeah, I'll try. I got so much. I got stuff to like. Look, when you're in that like full editing mode, your whole life is like, all right,
Yeah.
back into the dungeon.
All
This
right.
Better
we're gonna
hit.
have to-
Yep. Yep. Good luck to you.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, be well,
See
man.
you later, boys. Be good.
Don't get eye strain.
Yep.
It's too late. Oh, that's way. You see me? I tried to read this thing. I had to turn the lights up to max. I was like, what does this say? Huh? So, oh well. Yeah, thanks for having me. As always, totally fun. And I'll
top,
let you
friend.
go. Bye, chat. Bye, everybody.
See you, man.
Biscuits and gravy.
Kyle, I'll be right back. I desperately need to use the
Oh,
restroom.
excellent. I will trade with you when you return.
Wonderful.
Excellent. We have your supers, your messages. We'll be reading them here right after I fix this screen that just exploded. That was delightful. Hi, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're staying sane. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're playing something that brings you joy. Whatever that thing may be, I hope it brings you joy. And if not, then don't play it and go play something else. You know. Make a delightful meal. Have some chicken tenders at midnight. Whatever you need. Whatever you need. You do that. You do that. That was delightful. I enjoyed all of it. Except for the Star Wars parts, because honestly, I do not remember a thing about that movie. And it's one of the few times I've exited a movie and I was like, let's just not talk about that ever again. Let's let that. Don't forget to like the stream. Indeed. Implying sane to be started. No, sane is not a requirement for having fun. It's just the staying at your current level of sane is what you should aim for. Absolutely. Chicken tenders, yeah, exactly. Nuggets are good. Nuggets are good. I have three young kids. I have a lot of nuggets, so tenders are a big upgrade. Tenders are absolutely. What's it? Just and why were the plans so close? I'd like just yeah, you just can't. You can't. You just gotta forget about it. That's why we're watching Escaflowne for the 100th time, because TV's unreliable. You never know what you're gonna spend your evening on. So I got out the PS3 because it's the only thing I have that still has a disc player. So I had to get out the PS3. I had to get out my discs, and that's what we're watching. That's what we're on disc 5 tonight. Just know what you love. That's all I'm saying. Know what you love. Disc 5 happening tonight.
What is happening tonight?
Escaflowne. I'll be right back.
Oh, nice. Nice. Most pointless old man test sheet. Gepgado. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Those are some useless old men. I'm trying to think of a more useless old man. Steward of Gondor. Steward of Gondor probably wins. Probably wins that. Ibrix, thanks for the 34 months. I'm glad you were excited to see Jesse. We were always excited to see Jesse. It's a good man, that Jesse. It's a good man. Escaflowne is annoying. I didn't like I've never seen Escaflowne. Recently, I've seen some clips from it. I was like, holy shit, how did I miss this? This looks kind of hype, like the animation. But yeah, have you caught Paradise on Hulu? No, haven't even heard of it. What is this? No, I haven't even heard of this thing. Political thriller? Yeah, I got nothing. This is news to me. No, we've been watching Severance, Daredevil, Born Again. Very good. Gets my blessing. Holy shit. And White Lotus. That's what live action. That's what we've been watching. Yeah. StarCraft had an Escaflowne reference? I believe it. StarCraft has a lot of references.
I'm back.
Hello. Or the clips of the movie of the show. I have no way of knowing that, Joshua. I have no way of knowing that. I don't know.
Movies, shows?
I was saying I've never seen Escaflowne, but I recently have seen a decent amount of Escaflowne clips.
Oh, sure.
Because my Instagram and my TikTok caught me lingering on retro anime.
Oh yeah,
reels.
they have some good spinning gears and shit in there. Like those this is a vibe, press the buttons kind of shorts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I don't know if it's the movie or the show. I have no idea. Yeah, Daredevil is good, Bato. I'm really happy. Forgot how much I love that whole thing, and so far they haven't. I was very worried about Disney taking up the Daredevil mantle, but I think they've done a really good job. I particularly enjoyed the most recent episode. I thought it felt like Daredevil. Good. It was good. Bingleberry, super. All right, Garrett, now that we have some alone time, what exactly was it you were saying about Elizabeth? Speak right into the mic, please. I plead the fifth.
I don't remember why it happened. It was so long ago.
It was so long ago. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recall. I do not recall. Common Side Effects is quickly shot up as one of my favorite shows. Yes, it's very good. I'm now at the point where I'm waiting for it all to be out. I can't do sub 1 hour shows week to week. I've kind of come to this realization, fair. Kyle.
Yeah.
If it's like 30 minutes or like 25 minutes because somewhere it's airing with commercials, I can't do it. It is not enough of an escape for me.
When it affects your perception of the show, like I hate Demon Slayer week to week, but I love it in a big old pile. So that brought me more joy. I will forget about it until such time as there's enough for me to have the whole arc.
Yeah. Sometimes, like, I don't know, we were watching anime week to week when both like Spy Family and Free Ren were coming out at the same time because we're like, okay, we'll do like an anime block. We'll pretend like it's Toonami. That was cool. But if I'm only in like one anime, at the moment. I'm like, all right, I'm just
when
gonna
you can
wait.
chain it, yeah.
And that's happened with free run. That's why you probably noticed when I was talking about it on a stream, if you were around for those ramblings, that I was talking about it week to week. And once Spy Family was over and free run was still going, I suddenly wasn't watching free run anymore. And it took me, it was like a month after it finished its first season that I went back and finished free run. Because we tried watching like the next episode and I was like, oh, this sucks without like a Spy Family chaser to make it a nice almost hour experience. I just can't do it. So yeah, it's something I've learned about myself recently. Android, no, I have not watched Apothecary Diaries. I have not. And I haven't folded clothes in a while, much to the chagrin of the floor space in my bedroom. So I haven't continued Gurren Lagann either. Gurren Lagann is my folding clothes show where I experienced vast trauma while folding clothes.
Yeah, it goes. It goes apace.
Yeah. I judged you wrong, Venn diagram of Final Fantasy XIV and Gurren Lagann fans. I assume that because I play Final Fantasy XIV and everybody was also suggesting Gurren Lagann, that it involved no meaningful character death. Actually, that might just be you, Kyle.
What?
Because 14 has a decent amount of character death. Although by the time we were in Endwalker, I'm like, ain't no one gonna die. But yeah, I assumed incorrectly.
Huh.
That if you enjoy 14, that you enjoy media in which meaningful deaths do not happen.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of supporters of my, I don't watch things with real people, they make me too sad in the audience. So I think there is also just that element of escapism. It's different.
Yeah.
So we look for different things in our media.
Yeah. Fitchel much earlier. Super does a variant enjoyer. GG Poo Poo 100%.
GG Poo Poo? What? This is the, wait, what? That's about variants?
I don't know who GG Poo Poo is.
That would be the Hildebrand character we haven't met.
Oh, so Fitchel was saying even though I like variants, get to Hildy.
Okay. I mean,
GG.
Yeah, we talk about Hildebrand quite often actually. It is a big content that we constantly try to squeeze in.
Yeah. Believe in the chatters that believe in you. Thanks, Doss. Yeah. I've been mulling over in my head like how do I make a recurring series about I think I'm going to hate this, and then I go and play it and then we see if I actually hate it. Like what do I call it? Like do I just call it Green Eggs and Games? Like
you could, yeah.
You know.
I mean, eventually I'm sure you'd learn your lesson, right? But sometimes you might actually hate something. Yeah,
sometimes I do actually hate it. And so we like, and that's why I think it should be a series so that there's like rules that you know if you're tuning into that stream or maybe it's a video series.
There's a chance
that I may just nope out of something.
True.
You know, I'm trying to think of an example, but I don't know. Like some point, I'd really like to get back to Nier and actually try and beat it. You know, I didn't completely dislike what I played of it, but I wasn't like completely in love either. It seemed to have like so many different genres of games in it that I was like, you know, none of the gameplay is particularly grabbing me because there's so much in here.
There is a lot going on.
But I'd like to get deeper in it.
Yeah.
Call it sure as shit. Ah, fuck.
Sure as shit. Yeah, there you go.
That'd be funny. That would not get the message across to anyone who's not already familiar.
Right. It doesn't quite have the marketability outside the community.
Yeah. We just call it it's the children who are wrong. Just call it that. Green Games and Ham. Or is that too tortured? That's solid.
Actually, yeah. That kind of leans the right direction.
Because I'm going into the game green. Because I haven't played it.
Okay, maybe some layers
and it also
there.
invokes, I think I don't like this.
Yeah. Classic.
Will I hate this? Let's find out. Just call it I might hate this. That's interesting. 5-3 is better. You know, you're entitled to your opinions. And I would like the same respect to be set my way. Kyle's not entitled to his opinions though, because if he says it in my vicinity, he's also entitled to my retort.
Well, there's also just like horrible things that happen. by being a co-stream, because sometimes I'm like, oh, like when you eat salad, and Garrett's not paying attention, so he just keeps talking, and then everyone's like, why that guy walks out? I had this great analogy all lined up about why it's just like eating a salad, but the conversation moved on because my mom taught me right.
I will take that over what I am truly embarrassed about, which is when I bring something up and you already made the exact same point earlier and I wasn't listening.
Oh, that
to me that's my own like that's the most
that's your
embarrassed
biggest
I can
fear.
be. I hate it when that happens, but it fucking happens. We're live so much now.
Yeah,
like sometimes eventually you have a personal thought, and you might be having a personal thought while someone else is putting an idea out there. Yeah. And I love it when this happens with Red Letter Media, because it almost always happens with Rich, and they always make it a hilarious edit. But that is like my deepest embarrassment, because I do pride myself on being a good listener. So I feel bad when I failed in that regard. Xizer supered much earlier. If you want to see roasts you will never come back from, go check out any of Deborah Wilson's cameo videos where she does in-character roasts of Destiny players. That sounds fun. I'm not familiar, but that does sound fun.
Interesting. Oh, Mad TV. Oh, nice. Okay. I've actually watched a lot of their shit before. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, shit.
So what are they doing in Destiny? What's the Destiny tie-in?
I recognize her character because it looks
Destiny
like her.
too. Huh.
I think she's playing the character I think she's playing.
I've never played Destiny, so.
Oh, no. Never mind. Not who I thought.
Oh,
not who I was thinking at all.
No.
Oh my God.
How did you not recognize her?
Holy shit.
She's only got a giant skull tower for a face.
I have been so out of the Destiny loop for so long.
Oh, no, wait. No, it looks like they're... Wait, is it the... Wait, what is this? Is this that weird space game that had like... Commissioner Gordon and all that? What, did that game ever come out? Remember there was that space game where everyone was like, I think it was Star Citizen, actually. Star Citizen promising a story.
I was confusing.
Like Gary Oldman.
I was confusing her with her character in Jedi in the Star Wars Jedi games, where it uses, I think they just did straight up face capture.
Is she wearing like a kind of Amidala sort of level thing?
In the Star Wars game?
Yeah, look at what I'm looking at here.
What are you looking at? This might be from the sequel, and I didn't get that far into it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I do not recognize this.
I don't know if she became a...
What is going on there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that even from Star Wars?
It says PS5 development footage, so I have no idea what this is.
Yeah, but she's doing quite a bit of video games at this point.
Yes, she was in Survivor, right? She was the Jedi.
She was in both Jedi games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she was usually in more like kind of low key, trying to, vague smuggler outfits. That's not Star Wars. That's Forspoken.
Forspoken?
Okay. I forgot about Forspoken's existence. Well, that would explain why she looks nothing like her character from Jedi in that one. Then.
Wait, is that the one with the bracelet that talked?
Yes.
It had a magical council. Yeah, I know nothing about that game other than people making fun of the key couple lines that everyone ran into.
People memed on it a lot. I it was okay. Like I had some friends who played, and they were like, I don't know, I'm kind of having fun with it. I'm like, oh, cool. That's all I got on Forspoken. I can't help you with that.
No, can't help it. Okay, well, we solved that mystery anyway.
Yeah. Raid Super. Have they done Tataru's Endeavor? No, we have not.
No, the MS Curator actually recommended that one directly, but time got tight right before Dawn Trail. Release.
We got invited to the media tour, and
the thing that
we were worried. We were for the first time worried about our own spoiler protection.
Yep. So that is definitely on the list.
Yeah.
If I were to personally tier the list, I would say it's probably Hildebrand up top because that just looks like a wacky good time. Tataru I think would be fun, but I want to get through it pretty quick.
Continue.
In a big pile, and then roll quests below that. But that's just because the logistics of getting that many jobs up is a long endeavor.
I am, and I please take this with a grain of salt on when it'll happen, but I am starting to variant dungeons for the lore are starting to creep up my mental investment list.
Okay.
I want to just get past the first one because just nothing about it interested me, and I want to get to the further ones.
Yeah.
And see if any of those grab me. But I also want it to be a safe space where I can talk openly on whether or not it's doing it for me.
Yes, and they can be really fun. I had a great time doing the later ones, and I think it was a poor first foot forward. But anyway.
Alani said to many, 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 many more streams. Well, thank you for the 15 months,
you.
Alani. Appreciate your membership. Aleph Supered, Poll also missed Endwalker Tribe quests and deliveries. That's because you're the first person to ever ask us to do them.
Well, hang on. That's one of those, like, we don't think about it much, but absolutely, those have been requested before.
I don't really.
No, you have heard
maybe once.
The whole barista at the end of the universe thing falls into this kind of category. So, absolutely,
that's what those are. Okay,
yeah.
never mind. I'm sorry.
And the soup thing that we were talking about on a recent stream,
I thought, is that a tribe quest? I thought that was a profession.
Well,
quest.
it's of but the deliveries and all that, like this all kind of circles that same area in my head, and these come up quite often.
Okay.
I don't know. There is.
I want to say words have meaning, but you've scarred me for life on that phrase. So
I think they're interesting, and there's definitely rewards I want from a good majority of them. Oddly enough, the lore in those societies quests are used the most in arguments I see about lore. So there's kind of like a part of me that just kind of goes, well, that's where all the people fight, learn about things. I'm not sure I want to participate. I'm sure they're perfectly enjoyable, though.
It requires a gatherer job. Gotcha. That's what fishing is for. Lissa Supered, I do agree with Aleph, do the Endwalker Society quests. Okay, so they're using the more technical terminology, but interesting. So I just assume that all tribes or society quests were not profession in nature, but is there just always one of them is? Is that how it works? It's like I went and did like the turtle dudes in Stormblood, and that had nothing to do with professions.
Did the turtles make it to the water?
I hate you. First off, they start in the water.
Well, here
so.
let's use some modern knowledge here to kind of see if we can glean anything, because this is one of the content things rolling out, which is the Mamulja Society quests with the next patch. Arrive successions at the Mamulja the Mamuk on a new path, one without the sacrifice of blessed siblings. Now in the depths of Yaktel, a new enterprise takes first steps towards creating a place that any Mamulja would be proud to call home. So this doesn't actually inform me what you would need to do this, or if you can just kind of go in there and start rocking it.
Okay, so it varies by expansion, but the current design philosophy is there's one combat, there's one crafting, and there's one gathering. Okay. I did not know that. Hasn't come up, but also I haven't expressed a lot of personal interest in doing this, so I can understand why it wouldn't have come up. The only thing, like the wildest thing, oh God, this might turn into a long conversation. Normally, I'll be the first to admit when I am wrong, and it's because I am truly 100% being dumb, and it's my fault. We at some point, not too long ago, made like a comment on stream, and they're just like, "There's no gathering gnomes in Final Fantasy XIV," and people were very quick to point out that there are. You just don't see them if you have the profession. And that is like mind-blowing to me. It's like absolutely mind-blowing. And also, straight up, I do not like that design.
Well,
I do not care for it.
The weird thing about that point out is, correct, apparently. I didn't know that. However, my next complaint is, well, by missing them and going, Mithril, what the shit is Mithril? I become interested in mining and turn around and want to mine.
Yeah.
So by not seeing the nodes, by not having the profession, I never think about what I'm missing on the profession. And some FOMO is good because that's how you.
Yeah. This is a very serious. It's the children who are wrong. Like, I'm not into that game design philosophy. I think showing you the nodes and not letting you get them is a great way to inform you about the world and the way that the game works.
It's like if all dragoons were the tiniest models you've ever seen, and you never see them on the battlefield, and you never know what a dragoon looks like because you can never find them because they're always in space.
And Yeah, and I like the way WoW does it because it's like you can still see them, but you have to choose to track them, so you won't see things on your mini map that you can't gather, but you still see, like if you run across an herb and you don't have herbalism, you can still hover over it and see what its name is.
Right, exactly. So it wouldn't be on your map, and you would see that flower and you'd hover over it and say red, herbology required, or herbalism, whatever it may be, and then you would be like, oh, what is herbalism? And then you'd go to a city and you'd be like, where can I find the herb guy? He's like, oh yeah, you got to go pick all the first flowers in the first zone.
It's worse than you don't see the notes since the notes are just sparkles. Okay, well, I have a new complaint.
Oh, wait, so there's not
that's a bit boring.
A little graphic mineral kind of sticking out of a rock even when you have it.
All right.
But it's also there's also the barrier of the conversation that happens there where people just go, no one does that. You just send out your retainer and you go, oh, well, I kind of like clicking on things. Is there a way I can? Yeah, I mean, if you really want to. That's what you're into. Wasting your time like this. First you get a free company house, and then you get a submarine. And then you're really cooking.
Okay. All right. It's just sparkles. Okay. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but hey. Different strokes for different folks. I was catching up here. Darshana, 20 months, said, Jesse, that's a fair point. Maybe that's why I was bored AF in the current WoW XPAC. Oh, man, I totally missed the context for this.
Maybe this was 3 hours ago. So this might have been when I was talking about just the sense of exploration heading out. And you were kind of talking about what Pint was saying with the invisible walls and the danger of the world.
I didn't get into that, but I thought that was a massively salient point because I'm 100% with Pint that I prefer the open world of World of Warcraft vastly to that of 14. And I think it's part of the reason I like Bojan and Eureka so much because it's the only time the open world has felt dangerous to me.
It's nice opting into it too. So every game has its advantage and disadvantage.
Yeah. It's not a. I consider it a nitpick because I don't think it's super important for 14 because I'm in there like doing Dungeons and Trials all the time, like so. I don't feel like I'm missing out by not spending a lot of time in the world, but I wouldn't mind it if I was more invested in the open world. That's kind of where I feel about that. Mantium. So the crafter and gatherer stories between the grid is like a nice beverage after a meal. Between the grid?
Between the grid?
If that's a turn of phrase, it's one I'm unfamiliar with.
Oh, between the grind would likely be what's being said here.
That makes more sense. I can see that. This is typically professions are by nature grindy.
Yeah.
So nice to have an additional little carrot on the stick of some narrative. Yeah, probably grind. I think we got there. Pimpy Supered, if you want a good game that directly addresses burnout, play Wanderstop. Man, y'all are in here with things I have just never heard of.
We got a little like a tavern management sort of thing going on here.
I'm also seeing farming. Oh, this looks like cozy core.
And there's a lot of these coming out right now. I was looking at one this weekend.
Huh. This is cute.
I'm just assuming that our next Patreon stream, which is going to be Monday when the servers are down, is going to be split fiction. I just assume everyone's going to vote for that. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm just assuming.
Oh,
and I hope it wins because I want to try that. That looks fun as hell.
That's a Green Games in Ham for me. I don't think I would like it.
Really?
So I'd be curious. Yeah.
Do you not like it on principle? The whole like I press a button, you get to go further kind of.
No, aspect? I've seen clips from the game and the characters seem horribly annoying.
Oh, really? No.
Yeah.
I think it looks cute.
They seem like they would really piss me off. For personal reasons.
I think it looks fun.
And I'll be honest, I've looked at It Takes Two a million times and nothing about it appeals to me.
I just think of the song, just me and you. You gotta have two.
Yeah, but we're on a pretty long string now of patron suggestions that I didn't think I would like, and I ended up loving. I didn't think I would like Satisfactory, and I'm wishing for an 8th day a week to dedicate to it. I didn't think I would like Stray, and I ended up adoring it, and immediately buying a copy for Katie on Switch. So, yeah. Garrett is Zoe. Is that the cranky one? Is that the one that literally says I don't do small talk in a way that was supposed to be funny, but made me go, oh God, I don't know about these characters?
Maybe. I honestly have not paid it because I just love co-op games and the trappings.
I do like co-op games. And so, yeah, maybe it would endear itself to me just by virtue of the gameplay. Because like I can forgive a lot if I'm enjoying just straight up interfacing with your game. So yeah, this is also why I'm always just fine being like, let me tell you about my completely uneducated preconceived notions of the thing that we're talking about, because if I ever eventually play it, I am more than happy to let you know if I end up liking it. But yeah, I looked at, I went digging on it. I'm like, oh, I don't know. These seem like characters that would get on my nerves. But could be wrong. Played it with my daughter. I really enjoyed it. It's wild because I pretty much only listened to 2 gaming podcasts at this point, Nextlander and Giant Bomb. And the reactions to that game could not be more split between those 2 podcasts. And I find it fascinating. Like one of them is like super into it, and the other side of it are like, hey, I don't know. It's like okay at best. So I'm finding that very I'm finding that fascinating.
This has got to be one of the more uninformative things I've ever looked at in my life. Rabbit and Steel. I have no idea what I'm looking at. It looks like maybe a sort of WarioWare versus thing. I like Rogue, so that might be fun. I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Same. This screams you gotta play it. Like, I know I'm technically looking at a game. That's about as far as I can take it. It's a bullet hell raid roguelike. Oh, hey, what is that thing that is just WoW Dungeons and nothing else? Didn't that have like a beta recently? Is that out? Can we play that? I really want to try that.
Fellowship? I don't think they've done anything recently.
I know they just had a beta test.
They did, but I don't think they're doing anything with it.
Okay.
Yeah, plan to be announced. It's an invite-only beta, of which no one would ever say if they participated in it because you're not allowed to.
Oh, okay. Then who gives a shit about that? Okay, cool. Sounds great. I, for the rest of my life, will never take part in anything I can't talk about, which is a shame. Because a friend recently invited me to such an experience, and I was just like, sorry.
Those have happened before with us too, where it's like, you are where I am, the press, right? Like at the end of the day, you might not want to have me do this because
like if anything,
I'm professional.
It'll probably make me grumpier about your game, because I'm just like, well, if I can't talk about it with somebody, I don't know what the point of this is. I guess I could talk about it with my friend, but I don't trust myself. I don't trust myself to accidentally just be like, so I did the blah, blah, blah. I mean, we're fine for media tours. And that's enough pressure. Because I know our audience would be so bummed if we fucked that up.
Oh, yeah. It's a bit different, too, than the low-stakes invites that can happen sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Silvernode much earlier. Thanks for the 2 freaking years there. Said an expansion where we go through each zone to the 13th and restore them, kind of like Shadowbringers, would be something I would enjoy. Lots of floor to explore there. Yeah, I'd be down for that. I don't think we've ever overdone it. In 14, we've literally done it once.
No, I just when you do that sort of thing, I want it to be extremely wasteful, which I don't think Final Fantasy 14 with it. I'm getting there.
Okay.
In its budgetary constraints or its more Shakespearean production would be particularly good at. So it happens a lot in Rick and Morty. I think Rick and Morty did a really fun job with this, but the game I immediately think of is Witcher 3, where you're chasing an individual through multiple dimensions, and you end up in a snow world and a slime world, a poison world, and just bop, 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 back to back, action-packed trekking. And I think they could do it in a dungeon. I think they have great color palettes.
They did with Dead Ends.
And they do that very, very well. And I love Dead Ends. But that's a dungeon. Doing that promise in their MSQ Shakespearean look over yonder hill, what hath the armies do gather? I don't think they'd be particularly good at something like that. And I don't think it would be their strong point. But you can climax on that. And I know they can handle that.
But
a whole
expansion. Know what you're climaxing on.
Yeah.
Calzone said they showed the crown at the end of Dawn Trail, so I think the boy is using it to control a robot and act as her behind the scenes. Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a Wizard of Oz vibe from all of this.
Also, they're in just a black void, and they may very well be like one of the last people still inside living memory, and they managed to carve themselves out a little tiny corner of it, put up some barriers, and continue to defend themselves. There are lots of options. I think the gravity is on a couple choices for quite a few people.
Silvernode earlier supered. My theory is that Sphene was placed in stasis and locked away in living memory because she refused to go along with preservation. Who told everyone she died in a lightning storm, thus gaining control. Oh, that would be interesting. So someone that has been alive through unnatural means since all of this went down, has been around for all of the regulator nonsense. That's a good cook. I think that is highly likely. That is, yeah. I have no notes. That seems very plausible. You're lost in thought, or
Yeah. I'm following. Sorry. You remember when you would do story webs as a kid? Like,
no.
You draw a circle, and then you draw little lines, and then you say, so you write like Luke Skywalker, and it's kind of like a family tree, and Darth Vader, Death Star. Okay, Death Star, and you circle that, and you kind of make this web, and you just kind of let it ride. So I was in silence, letting that story kind of ride its course and seeing where the conclusion was. And for me, that story gets more interesting the less they know, the more they're locked away. If living memory shutting down allowed them to perceive the outside, and they're angry about it, or they're somehow emboldened, impassioned by what they're currently doing.
All I can focus on is running through my memories, trying to think if I ever did that. And I legitimately don't think I've ever done a story web.
Yeah, I guess some people are calling them mind maps. I wonder if that's a regional thing. I've never heard it called a mind map.
You'll have to take that dialect test and see if that's an option.
Yeah.
Chris T. Super, what if 4-boy is our 9th shard? Yeah. I mean, I'm wanting an evil warrior of light so bad that I am jumping at every shadow. Like, are you my reflection? Like anyone who's vaguely threatening.
They played with it. They definitely dangled that a lot in Dawn Trail, and to not give you the obvious thing you kind of want out of it. It's a dangerous proposition. That's why I don't get too excited. I think there's a lot of opportunity to feel like your character is being used against your will in whatever cutscenes they make. Not like in a Xenos way, like as in like some random ass person shows up and you're just like, really? That's who I'm cool as? That's me? Are you serious? I'm way cooler than that. Get this guy out of here.
Zico earlier supered. You could have all the others us's hold back evil us as they fight from the inside as we fight shirtless in the rain.
Hey man, unleash it, right?
Yes, but I'm gonna need chest hair tech because I don't want to be the smooth shaven warrior of light that I currently am. If I have to fight shirtless in the rain.
Maybe someday. Maybe 10.0.
Kura supered the scenes, which clicked me with Wicklamout were the scenes where she asked my warrior of light for advice. I understood that I'm the Oran to her Tidus.
Her Tidus is written here, yeah.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
No, it's clearly a typo.
Yeah, I think like a lot of those scenes make a lot more sense. And I had my big click, and you may remember it from the MSQ videos, was Wicklamout as a city girl. And when you put that all together, I kind of, and the dominoes fell over and cascade, and that really mentor role kind of made sense.
I love the beach scene where she's like contending with her people dying. That is such a well acted scene. I wish they like leaned into it just a little bit more, because so much of Dawn Trail was just like happy, good, fun times. Oh, everything we're doing is talking about the past when there was war and strife, but there's not any now. So it's basically just a big history lesson until you get to Solution 9. And so I really liked that. I would have liked a little more of that, honestly, if I'm being entirely honest. But that scene is amazing. Fingleberries 23 months said every Jesse appearance from now on. So why do you hate the fans and what they love, Garrett?
I think we have a time and place for this particular membership chat.
Yes. No, I'm not. I don't need to think too hard about when that one came in. Matt, thanks for the generous super earlier. My biggest complaint about Endwalker is what they did to Fandaniel. In Shadowbringers, Fandaniel was a crazy mad lad that felt like a Joker type of vibe. Then on Endwalker, he just became a depressed sad boy. In my opinion, a little disappointing. Well, not to be flippant, but at least they didn't Jared Leto Joker him.
I mean, okay, yeah, completely different complaint. Yes. Yes, at least. Okay. Catching up
there's
to that. There's
plenty of ways to ruin a Joker.
Yes, there's plenty of ways to
one.
ruin things. And yeah, he could be more ruined. Okay, thank you for that.
I think all of the ancients, that's the risk you run with playing with them by virtue of them living so long. Like, how do you twist them? Because like clearly for me, Elidibus didn't work for me really until Pandemonium. But I rather liked the story of Hermes.
And Xenos is so off the map that you think of Fandaniel serving him dinner as this pseudo servant pulling the string scenario, which is not at all how it all kind of winds up being. I honestly think Endwalker was at like the height of that team's ability to pull off and we're doing it sooner than you think. And I think they did that extremely well. They did it again in Final Fantasy 16. And I don't think it was as strong, but it is a very, very seductive story structure. And when you pull it off, I feel it's cool. I don't blame them for trying to do it more than once.
That note has just made me think about how, like, I like the ending with Xenos. I like Xenos showing up and helping us fight Meteon, but knowing what we know at the end of Endwalker and Hermes' trajectory and the master plan of Fandaniel, like, it's just the second time that Xenos has been like the Ascian's puppet, and it kind of feels like he should have helped us kick an Ascian's ass and not Meteon's ass, because he's just been screwed over by them so many times.
I think my opinion would be quite a bit different, though, if I played through the towers in sequence with delays, and I'm talking about, that Shadowbringers patch content, like where my excitement for those towers was really, really high. And to have them equal Laser to the Moon was not disappointing me in the moment, because of back to back to back, the hype just kept rolling.
Yeah.
But I think I may have felt different in the moment if I was, cooking on plain old towers for longer. It would have felt more out of, wow, he failed. What the shit? He just keeps failing. This guy sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see how you get there. Like if your favorite thing was like the kind of madman aspect of it all. But I mean, the madman version of Fandaniel still exists. Is kind of where I end up. Like, he still eventually became that. But if you think about the Joker a lot, yeah, like some of my least favorite stories are when they try to give that guy a freaking origin. I'm like, don't give the Joker an origin.
Or I don't mind when the origin is like completely plain. Like, yeah, he's nuts.
He fell into a vat.
Yep.
And now he's crazy.
He was a 2-bit criminal and he went nuts. And that's all you need to know.
The best thing that ever happened to him was he was a shitty criminal and basically died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all the powers he got.
Kura Super Shonen is when hype moments and aura. JK. I mean, it's pretty shonen-y. I don't think that's an accurate statement.
Aura? Well, like you talking about like the
I mean, I don't think you have to take it that literally.
Oh, okay.
You can just say that it has an aura about it.
Oh, okay, because I think
But you could also
you
take
could make
it
an
that
argument
literally.
that it's all about having a power aura.
I don't want to dim your aura, Kyle. Tommy Super, I guess, but Emmett died and told the story for Endwalker. Did he literally tell the story for Endwalker though, or was that an artistic license or an artistic device? Lead us through. If anything, I saw the use of Emmett as a narrator and Endwalker as foreshadowing for his reappearance at the end of it.
Yes, but also it served in that Shakespearean way to tell of battles and past deeds without ever showing them, because they would have been too expensive to make, and that was very, very powerful.
That's confirmed what? Like, I mean, you can have just because he was narrating doesn't mean he was like literally in our ear narrating.
I'm confused about what we're talking about now.
Yeah, I'm also confused. So I'm like that's a bit literal. I mean, I do think it was literally watching from the ethereal sea.
And if you told me he actually said those things while we were walking around, I'd believe it. But he also said them when we weren't around. So
yeah,
unless he summarized later,
he just liked talking to
himself.
himself.
Here's the things I didn't tell you about when I was sitting on the castle.
Oh, you're fighting Ranjit, and I was sitting up high, looking down.
Could be.
Yeah. Jesus said, I predict that 14 is going Phantasy Star all the way. I want spaceships in my MMORPG. We already had a spaceship. We've had multiple spaceships.
I think we're going there. I think, the cosmic exploration could very well be an opportunity to add that element. With all the reflection stuff they're playing with, I think it's best kept on the side story for now and maybe used in a later date. I don't know. You can always make a bigger bad, and you can always make any villain intriguing. And those could come from other planets.
I agree. Dr. Knight, thanks for the super earlier. You want madness? I did the first Dontra Hildebrand quest, and my reactions during the entire quest could be summed up as WTF is going on. So you know business as usual. But that's out of 14. That's why I want to do Hildebrand.
Check it out.
I enjoy madness. I should also get some of that tea that Jesse recommended because I also like my voice, and that's what's kept us away from Hildebrand for so long. Drago-chan, what's this? 23 months? Thank you. Not arguing about the merch quality, but the hand towels are Japan focused. They don't do paper towels, so you need to one on hand at all times.
So they're like
is that a thing?
Oh, wait, are they squeegees?
I haven't. That hasn't come up in any of my things to know when you visit Japan.
But there'll be no paper. Do they allow for air slicers? The Dyson air knife?
The Dyson spread germs everywhere.
Well, yeah, that was kind of the oddity about the whole thing we learned about germs was that it flew them everywhere. And we went back to paper towels.
Aerosolize everything currently on your hand. Yeah. I hate hand dryers.
It's a beautiful thing. Being human's a beautiful thing. Absolutely.
Mods gone post-carp. Yeah, post-carp. Do it. Yeah, the air blade.
Air blade, yeah, the air blade, yeah, the air.
I mean, it is already a coin flip whether or not a restroom used in the United States is going to have paper towels or not. So I'll probably deal. Yeah.
But do they not offer or hand dryers? Yeah, it's common for them to have small towels and handkerchiefs for drying your hands.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right.
Go figure. Gabgano, I read this while Kyle was away, but Kyle, you can answer. Who's the more pointless old man, Teshin or Ketten Ram?
I need help
for the answer.
I need help with Teshin. Who's Teshin?
Deckard Lame. Monster Hunter Wilds. Old man with no answers. Mr. Wilk.
Ketten Ram, absolutely.
Oh, you were actually thinking about your answer. I thought you still didn't remember who he was.
No. Yeah. Teshin's kind of like, but he's trying. He's trying.
I think they're pretty tied for me. I think they both just kind of exist. Like they don't affect the story much. Fingleberry super. All right, Garrett. Now that we have some alone. Oh no, we read this one. Shit. Rains brought up Rabbit and Steel again. Juan Jorn just wanted to say hi.
Hello.
Hi, Juan. And Pins and Needles supered. Hear me out. Either Alma is a rather big Lalafell, or Capcom did her dirty, and that coat makes her look rather pear-shaped. Alma? What?
Wait. Oh, wait. We talking about? Wait. What? Capcom?
Wilds? I think Alma's super cute.
Wait.
She's just wearing a hoodie. Like it's just a hoodie.
She's got a big jacket, right?
Yeah, she has a big jacket.
Is Alma rocking the birthing hips? I'm pretty sure that's a jacket because and out of it, the bottom comes tights. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to this. I'm like, the coats like that exist.
Yeah, she's got like a weird it's like a weird pirate shirt with overalls and then tights.
I haven't thought about the layers.
Yeah, no, she's 100% layer. There's many layers in there.
Many layers to Alma.
Yeah, you know, she's got that.
Oh, yeah, she does kind of have. Yeah, she does. There's just a lot of layers going on Alma. My God. But yeah, her jacket's just a loose fitting jacket.
Yeah,
that's what we're all about these days. We're getting away from skin tight stuff, and it's all about silhouette and draping.
Well, but she also has like a lot of shit to do. You know, like she doesn't know where she's going. She has a scarf, but you know she's always changing environments. I mean, the real star of the show is right there anyway. Like we all know, the cat is the best.
Yes.
The best character too, so.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Olivia's cat, whose name I can never remember. It's just Olivia's cat is my favorite character.
Yeah, he's a beautiful character, absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely my favorite character. Gemma's growing on me since she is now out in the world with traps randomly.
Yeah, the muscles, yeah, absolutely. Oh, your traps are it's a type of muscle. You work your traps.
Oh. But it's Gemma and her abs are on display, so.
Yeah, it's just throwing that out there.
Oh, okay.
But,
all right.
You know,
okay. Sick.
That you might laugh or something. So,
on that.
Well, on that note, we'll end it there.
You're a very funny man. It's okay if one misses every once in a while. You make me laugh a lot. I ain't going to give it up just because you tried to make a joke. It needs to actually be funny.
Very well, then. Tomorrow we'll be back with Final Fantasy.
Is that what we're doing? I don't even know what we're doing. What are we doing tomorrow?
No, the schedule said Final Fantasy, so I figured.
Okay, let's play some Final Fantasy.
Yeah, we were gonna sit down.
Sure. Cool.
We got stuff to do. We got inventories to clean before 7.2. We got
I gotta get this podcast posted.
We got court to hold and just saying what strategy we're doing Thursday.
And then I gotta go let the dogs out because Katie's out of town. Oh.
And get ready for chaos on Thursday.
I do so poorly when Katie's out of town. I get so sad. She's not even gone that long. This is like nothing compared to her last.
How long she gone?
I don't want to answer it because you'll be like, Garrett, shut up.
No, I was gonna like, do you want like 3 kids grabbing your dinner? Like, you're welcome to come over and join us, man. Like, if you get lonely, you're welcome to join us for dinner. Kristen will cook for you.
She's still gone like 2 nights, man. I mean, the day she comes back, she's pretty much gone all day. But
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she's only gone 2 nights. Gotta
because if you
all hands meeting.
If you require volume in your area, I can provide
volume in my area. Well, the dogs are very voluminous when one of us is gone because there's no one else making noise around the house. So any noise, they just start barking. I was riding my mute button during the podcast like crazy. But thank you for the invite, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. So far you haven't done the trick, which is inform me what's for dinner. that's
well, Wednesday would be lasagna, and tomorrow would be fajitas, I think.
I am a
fajita. Like a steak fajita.
I am a fajita man.
Yeah, we got street taco. I'm not sure what actually makes some street taco tortillas, but we have street taco tortillas.
To your house for dinner. Oh my god, is that gonna happen? I might take you up on that.
You could.
Anyway,
you could.
It's very kind, dude. Thank you. Very sweet. Well, on that note, see you tomorrow for Final Fantasy XIV. What are you doing?
I was moving the screen and it did a thing.
It did a thing. Awesome. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to go get this podcast posted. If you're just joining us, enjoy the VOD afterwards, or the audio version will be up momentarily.